Hey brush brigands, welcome to another painting session. Today we're doing a little bit of a special thing, at least for me. We're going to paint a bust, which is a first for me. And first of all, today we are painting in monochrome. So I'm doing this for a challenge. We are using only reds plus black and white, because this is what I'm allowed to use, and I thought it would be a fun experiment to do on the stream. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. And I thought for the idea I wanted to do an object source lighting, and I thought I wanted to do a low-key type of light, so small light source and a lot of darkness. So today I've actually primed our miniature with black primer, which I have never tried with oils. We are still going to do the pre-glaze. So the painting technique is going to be the same, but we are going to see how it's going to work over a black primer. Never tried. So while we wait for people to come in, oh, we didn't have to wait because our King Static is already in. Hello, how are you doing? We were having quite some fun on your stream the other day. Miniature unrelated, but a lot of fun nonetheless. How are you doing? I hope everything is going good. I am doing a bit of a different thing today. We're painting only with red. So hopefully it's going to be a fun stream. And we're going to, it's not going to be a lot of paint on our palette today. So we're just going to put white and black kind of like where they always are. Going to put the reds at the top. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that weight. Well, hopefully that goes all right, and there is no need for you to worry about that kind of stuff anymore, and I hope that ends very quickly and you're gonna be all set with that visa and all of that. Well, that's another thing off your back. I'm really happy. So did you stream today? I don't think so. I didn't see your thing. Yeah, let's cross all of the fingers, toes, everything. I've made the chat a little smaller this time, because I think it was a little big. Could have used a little bit of downsizing as I try to get our crimson down without splattering all over the palette. Oh, okay. I thought I hadn't seen you there, but it wouldn't be the first time that Twitch doesn't show me the notifications that I asked him for. So I'm actually not sure whether we're gonna use all of these colors. So basically I decided to do this challenge on Instagram. Let me fix my chat window here, where you are given, if you participate, you are given just one color, and you can use any shade of it. So red, I have these four. I have the crimson, my magenta, a vermilion, and a cadmium red deep. So we're going to experiment a little bit, and we're going to see which ones are good for this. And I do have some reference images that I took. Later we're going to give those a look. There you go. Got some of that magenta. Always trying to get it into the camera. Okay. Got some vermilion. So these two are completely transparent colors, and then we have our semi-opaque vermilion. This was one of the colors that I had in my starter set, so it's a kind of like orangey type of red. The challenge wasn't very specific about like how far you can go with how many shades of red. I mean, technically maybe this Terra Rosa could be sort of like a red. I don't know, does orange count as a shade of red? So I went with like the most red stuff that I could get, and I tried to just limit the choice to see what we can achieve with that. There you go. Oh, Arcane Static, did the doggo get the shower? I remember that you were, I think it was yesterday on the stream when you were saying that doggo was gonna get a shower and she didn't know that yet. So I hope that went all right and she didn't shower you guys too. Okay, look at that. That is a very succinct palette. Is that the word? Very small palette. Diminutive palette. So we cracked open a few of our new brushes here. And without further ado, so what I'm gonna do, I'm going to start with just black for our pre-glaze. And even if it's going to be black on black, what that's going to do is going to put some, it's going to make my surface wet. So that's when we have to put more color onto it, we're going to be able to blend it. And also the like acrylic primer versus the oil black, the oil is a lot darker actually, or a lot less reflective. I don't know how you want to call it, but it's looking pretty good. So that's what we're going to do. And this is going to be an interesting thing. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. We are playing this one by ear. As in, I have an idea in mind and it might turn out like that. It might turn out completely different. It might fail. But you know, don't people say that failure is the road to success? So, gonna start with just the black. So that's kind of like, let's get rid of the least interesting part while people join the stream. So let's start with our images here. I actually took a few pictures of this guy before I primed it with a light source on. There you go. So these 3 pictures I took before I primed him with I just used my phone for a red light. That's basically the kind of look I'm going to give him. Like he's going to have a light that comes from the part where he's looking at. Then I have a few references for eyes because I want to give him the empty eyes, and like just got a few nice Mind Flayer Illithid images. There you go. So he's going to have some red over here. So first we're going to put just black on the parts that are furthest. My idea was to basically, he's going to come out of the darkness with his light source. Like he's going to be mostly in the dark. So if I take a picture of him from, get a little bit more light in here. If I take a picture of him with a black background, it should look like you can barely see part of the miniature. That's I know in photography it's called low-key light or lighting. So that's kind of that. Put some black kind of in the recesses here. And then what I want to start with, I guess we can get some of this. We got the magenta that's like almost pink, and then we've got the crimson here, and we could make a very, very dark red to put in there. Add some more crimson. See how that looks. Okay. Very dark. And we're going to get that into the recesses. We're actually going to make it maybe a bit more red. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So the light's going to come from like this direction. So we're going to put some of this red over here, over here. Just make sure it goes into the recesses. It's actually pretty hard to see what I'm doing, but we are faithful that something cool is going to happen. So, am I missing any spots? Let's get a bit more of that red. So that's definitely going to be interesting. So that's just the black. Let's put the black over here. More black. Yeah, kind of like a black wash. This is going to be fun. So you can barely see how there's a hint, a very, very small, tiny hint of a red. I think he's got it like over here too, should be kind of more red. So let's put some more red into there. A bit more like that. It should be a bit red. So if it comes from here, it goes like over here. There you go. And okay, let's see if there's any part that we haven't touched, but it doesn't really matter if I didn't get into every single little crevice, because a lot of the back part I'm barely going to touch, because again, we're doing a very small light source here. And we can always go over and add more color. For now, I think he is about ready to go to get wiped with our sponges. So you got any programs, Arcane Static, for the rest of the day? You're streaming today. I don't think you stream this late usually. I think you're more of a morning streamer. Not sure. Okay. Let's get just a bit of more diluted color in there. This looks so funny. Okay. Well, for our, let me actually wear a glove. For our wiping, well, actually this glove is pretty dirty. Let's not do that. Just doing errands today. Oh, there are those days as well. Let me wear my protective blanket for my clothes. And let's cut some of our wipey sponges here. And Arcane Static, I think you've seen this one before, right? I think you've been into the stream in the early times more than once. There you go. Just cut a few of these. He is pretty big, so I might need a few. Again, not gonna see too much from this, but what it is gonna do, it is going to give me a nice wet surface to work on. Kind of like those Bob Ross paintings where he would go over the white canvas with like a white paint and make himself a nice wet surface to work on. So he could blend the colors with that. So I'm actually really curious to see how the colors are gonna go on after I do the wiping. Sorry about all that. Just getting rid of some clothes here because I always seem to get warmer once I start streaming. So let's start wiping. That is literally not doing anything, but you can see that the paint does come off. This is going, oh, you can see some of the red is coming off now. This is going to make it a lot easier to paint the miniature as opposed to just going over the, see, it's a bit more red, as opposed to just going over the dried miniature. Okay, so this is a first for me. I have never painted a bust. I tend to paint stuff that, you know, either we use for our games. I started from that, for just painting stuff that we would use for our D&D games. So I'm not very familiar with, that was a brush hair. Why? Not very familiar with busts and with like why, you know, how they work, why people use them. I guess they just, you know, expose them, like they just keep them on a shelf. I don't think there's any game in which they are used. I have no idea. But I thought for this kind of project that I had in mind, a bust could be a good one to do. One, because with this camera, bigger minis are better, because you can see a bit better. And two, because we had, you know, less detail on the paint, so a bigger mini to work on. You can actually have some leeway. It could be fun. So it's actually a little hard to see if I have wiped the whole thing off or what, but I think we're getting there. I think I need to wipe a bit of the underneath too. I was undecided whether or not to do a zenithal priming, which is where you'll prime your miniature. I think it's where you prime your miniature first in a darker color, and then you sort of like pick out the highlights by going over with a lighter color to show you where the light would fall. But I thought, no, let's try to just do it with oils and let's see how that works. I think it can be a lot of fun. It's a different thing. And the other thing that I wanted to do today was to do a few tests for how staining some of the oil paints are. So we're gonna do a little bit of that later too when more people come in. Man, this boy is gorgeous. He is looking great. I mean, he doesn't. He looks terrible and frightening and terrifying, but his sculpt is amazing. I dig it very much. Let's have a bit of water. There you go. Hey, Hero Dragon is in. Hello. Yes, we are painting an Illithid. We are doing a weird experiment today. I'm participating in a monochrome challenge. As you can see, we only have reds out in the palette and black and white, because that is how I'm going to paint this miniature. So I primed it in black because I want to do an object source lighting kind of like this. I don't think you saw before. These three pictures I did before. I want to give him a little bit of a red object source lighting. So I think that's going to be pretty fun. And I thought, why don't we try to prime it in black with the oils and see how that works. And we just like pick out the details. I don't know, I have never done it personally, so I think that could be fun. So let's see here. let's see how that would work. And let's take some of our red. Ooh, you know what? I have forgot a thing. So real quick, I need to be right back, but I'll be back in just 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Hey, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw it. The dragon was like out the window waiting for me. He's like, didn't we have a fight today? So I had to go take care of that. Apologize. So we are back, and let's start experimenting a little bit. So the first thing that I'm wondering is if I just take some straight up cadmium red, which is a very opaque kind of color, how is it going to blend? So our main source of light is going to be around here, so let's try that. Anyway, Hero Dragon, how are you doing today? Wow, that's very, very bright. Well, I might have actually wiped away a little too much. I didn't really know what I was doing with the with this dark color. So let's try to mix the cadmium red with some of our transparent crimson here. Wipe it off. That's better. Get some red going over this part over here, kind of like on the first half, like basically the way that I'm looking at it right now, that's where the light source would be coming from. So, oh, let's start playing around with it. And man, it's actually a little bit too wet. Let's redo a bit of that a bit of that words, pre-glaze. Let's put a bit more on here so we can actually blend a bit better. And again, this is going to be a fun experiment. No idea how it's going to end up. You know what we're going to do? So let me put a bit of paint back on here. We're going to actually let it rest there. We're going to let it rest there, let it sit, and I'm going to do one of the experiments that I wanted to start today that I'm going to show you in a minute. Oh yes, that's what I did kind of in this picture. I shone a light onto the miniature to show how the light was kind of going to look, where it's going to go. It is very handy. I do have a tiny LED light here that sometimes I use for you know, to do it live and check, but oh yeah, it's that's exactly what it is. I do use this one sometimes. The problem is that I thought it was going to be, you know, a regular light that just shines one color, but after I bought it, I realized that it is a party light. Like, it just keeps changing, and it's a little hard to understand. So I said, I thought, let's just take a picture of it for reference, which is I think that works better, even better than zenithal, because you'll always have it there. Because with zenithal, you can do it, but then after you've done it, you can't see it anymore. So I've never seen the I don't know, never worked too well for me. Yes, it was actually, you know, it was actually hard to get a hold on him because everybody is a fan of the Illithid. It's as I was saying before, this is my first bust that I paint. I'm not familiar with busts or why they are used or what they are used for. I've always just painted miniatures for tabletop gaming. So, well, this can be a fun experiment because I've always wanted to paint something in monochrome, just one color plus black and white. And some days ago, I found that there was one of the accounts that I follow on Instagram that just launched the exact challenge, and plus basically they were going to, if you decided to participate, they were going to give you a collar. So I thought that would be a lot of fun, and I thought that'd be a cool thing to try on the stream. And then when I decided what kind of thing I wanted to paint, this type of like very low-key OSL, I was like, well, how about, I've always wanted to try painting over a black primer, so how about we try that as well and see how it goes. That's a nice decoration. Yeah, I thought like it must be just because for the decoration. At the beginning, like, I was wondering, is there a use in gaming? I wasn't sure. I see that a lot of the you know, the more professional painter, they paint a lot of busts. See them on like sites like Putty and Paint and that kind of stuff. They look amazing, and I think they can be a lot of fun, especially because they're a bit bigger. So you don't have to spend 15 hours just squinting, trying to understand if you're painting a finger, a toe, or a belt buckle, or what. That, I guess that can be fun. So we're going to see how that works. So we already did this once, but I think without being able to see, I think I wiped off the a little too much oil there, and there was not too much wetness to go over, which was kind of the purpose for me, because I wanted to start picking out some lights by blending the red with the black that was already on the miniature. So I'm going to let this guy sit for a little bit, and there's another thing that I want to start doing over the next few streams, actually. So I have these, we're painting with oils, and when we do the pre-glaze, we have, you know, we use a lot of paints like your phthalo green, your dioxazine violet, or your indigo that are very staining, where other ones like maybe your terra rosa are not very staining. So the staining ones are the best for doing the pre-glaze. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to add like a staining icon on my labels. So I wanted to test them one by one on their own, because when you're doing the pre-glaze, you're always mixing them. So I have, it shows off painting skills and working around, yes. I have a few miniatures here that I primed that are basically from the junk pile. Imagine just like when you go to your local butcher and you ask him for the scraps, so same thing. I just have generally like half-failed miniatures, whatever, that we're going to use. And so I got this other one. Here's all my my labels that I'm making, and I'm going to add this little drop for the colors that are staining. A few of them I already know, like phthalo green I use all the time, cobalt violet, whoops, not cobalt violet, it's not supposed to be that. I think I meant dioxazine violet. There you go. So, but there are a lot that I never really try, and I've never tried on their own. So I think as we keep painting, we can try a little bit of that. And I thought, how about we start with what's on the palette to see how that looks. So now that we have to wait for this guy for the paints to sit a little bit on him, I'm going to grab a little bit of this black, just start with that. And we're going to paint it on her. So I hope this helps people too, that they're starting to get into oils. Maybe they're not sure what paints to use for pre-glazes, or even what paints to buy. This is just one property of the paints, and I was trying to understand some time ago, because I wanted more paints for pre-glazing. And you know, you ask people and they tell you which ones of their paints are the most staining. I tried looking it up, but it's not really something they write on the paint tube. Like they write stuff like how transparent it is. They write how quick or how slowly it dries, but not really how staining. So hopefully it's something that we can use in the future as a reference. So we got her, and I'm just gonna try like all of them just for the fun of it. Like we can even try the white. It's going to be weird, but why not just put in a little bit of white and see what it does over here. Man, white oil is so powerful. Like it just goes on in one coat and it covers completely. It is crazy. It's so opaque. So I think this should be fun. I think this is going to be fun. So we got some white here, and let's do one or two more. Black and white. Let's do one of the reds, maybe. Let's do So this is the crimson. Let's put it over here. I really like this color. It was in my starter set. I got the Holbein oil paint starter set, and this one was the red that was in it. This one and the vermilion, which is more orange than a red. They were the only reds that were in there. The vermilion is okay. I get a decent color when I mix it with this color, with the crimson. It's called Crimson Lake. I'm not sure if it's the same thing as the alizarin crimson that a lot of paint lines have, or if it's a different thing. I'm actually not sure. I know alizarin crimson is supposed to be a color that's been around for a while, like that they used to use, you know, the classic painters used to use. Not sure. So we got that, and why not? Let's just put the magenta on the other part of the hand. I should be able to recognize them, which color is which. If not, we can just go back in the stream and check. There you go. So it's really interesting because again, when we do, I think most people as well, like when we do the pre-glaze, we don't really, very rarely we use just one color, so you're never sure where the most staining ability comes from. So hopefully this can help us understand. There you go. Oh, what the hell, let's just do all of them, the ones that are on the palette. So we got our magenta, our crimson, and then we got this tiger guy, and we can do, actually, let's use this piece of a beholder, and let's do our vermilion. I do not think I've ever used this thing in a pre-glaze, like, ever. Wow, see how orange it is? Oh, we could actually be able to, you know, this is, not only is it good for this staining experiment we're doing, but it is good also for the painting the Illithid, because seeing the color by itself, I can say, hey, this is it's almost like a warm color. It could be good to put into the highlights if I want to go a little bit warmer with the highlights. Could be a thing. I'm not sure whether I'm going to use it, but we will see. We will see. So I'm being very liberal here with the paint, just like we would do if we were doing a pre-glaze. Slap it on there, let it sit. Okay, and then I'm trying to use different brushes as well, so we don't like contaminate the test subjects. So now we've got our cadmium red, which actually the cadmium is, I have used it a little bit here, you can see on the beard. So it did stain a bit, but I haven't done a huge test. That test was to compare, we did a test, I believe it was the first or second stream in which we painted the blue oni. I'll have to go do like a highlight of some kind. But that one we compared two miniatures that where one was primed with Vallejo primer, one was primed with one-shot primer, which is also Stynylrez primer, to kind of show people what this difference that everybody talks about is. Yeah, right? It looks super warm. I wouldn't have thought, looking at it from the bottle, it looks more red, but and next to this super crazy cadmium red, it actually looks pretty pretty orange. So it could be fun to mix them. I don't think I actually have yet. We still have to unleash the true power of the cadmium red. I haven't done any big object source lightings with the cadmium red yet, because I did like a fire object source lighting before I got it, and I actually used this one. I used this a lot. So I am also looking forward to that. I'm kind of thinking today's object source lighting might be a more like cold red. There you go. So we have a few here. We've got our reds, we've got our black and white. So let's let these sit as we redo the sponging on this guy. And this time we're going to be a little bit more gentle, so we can leave some of the paint on. As you see, like you can see the paint coming off, but it's actually really hard to tell what is going on. And the the black oil is making it really shiny. So we will see how it's going to look. So hopefully everybody's Thursday or Friday is being great. We have had a slightly rainy day here, actually. It almost looked like it was going to snow at some point, which, I mean, I wouldn't be completely opposed to. Like, snow looks kind of pretty. I'd like to see how the backyard here looks with the snow. We never had, or did we? I think maybe it snowed last year. We've only been here for a year. Okay, so there's still a bit of color on there, so let us grab something. Let's see, this one maybe? Nah. Let's just grab a color here, see how that looks. With what we were doing before, we were grabbing some of this crimson and some of this crazy cadmium red. So to give the red a bit more of a dark red kind of hue to it. We're in the Kanto area, where you know, kind of like area where Tokyo is. So like central, not really. Wow, that is looking pretty crazy. Not up north where all the cold and the snow is, but it gets pretty cold. The area that I'm in gets really windy. Really windy. Wow. That's that cadmium red is already starting to show its true power. And now I can actually see it, the color blending a bit. So let's see, I'm trying to go with where the light was falling in the image that I have, but it's going to be really easy to just, you know, just put some more black back in. But it started. We're starting to see some reds on. Have you ever been to Japan Hero Dragon? I wasn't sure if you said you had traveled here or not. I've had a few people that said that they had been. I know Avocado Kids used to live here. Let me see, a bit here too. Maybe as we go like further from here, we're just going to vary, like just a hint. I want this thing to look like it's coming out of the darkness. I think that should look pretty cool. Sadly not. Well, there's always a first time. hopefully in the future. Maybe you'll be able to come here and I'll be able to go visit my family again. That'd be a nice exchange. So that area should have a bit, really doing it dry brush style here. So I'm going to put some light up here again. So it is a little harder to see where the color is going because this is being very, very shiny with the black, and it's also really dark, but we're getting there. Now I'm just adding crimson. I stopped adding cadmium red. So we're going to just give it that hint of red. Very, very tiny. That, and I think the light should go to like just about there. Yes. Because it's coming from here. If anything, we need more light like over here. This should be cool. This should be interesting. Oh, and then he's got like these rings that if they're metal, they're going to have to be a little bit more reflective. So we're going to keep that in mind, but it's picking up a lot of that black on the brush, which is good. So we're going to go back in and get some more of our red. And Daka Flaka Flame is in. Hello, how are you doing? And I know this looks weird. This is our experiment that we're doing today. We're doing a few experiments actually. Today we are very experimenty with our thing. That was not a word, but bear with me. We are trying some monochrome paints. I am glad you are all right, and thank you, and both of you and the other ones that are on, for coming back. I know you've seen this guy getting finished the other day, I believe. This was a lot of fun, and I'm just waiting for him to dry, so then we can take some nice pictures of him with the lady, and that's gonna be cool. Stick with Tokyo. Oh yeah, that's a lot of people do that. Like, you just stick with the major cities. I mean, it is a shame in a way, because Japan is one of those countries where the countryside has so much to see. It's I really didn't realize, but I've had the chance to actually go see some of the countryside for work, and there's so much like uniqueness to the little villages, so many little like traditions, and even like in the food. And then of course, you know, you get the countryside people treatment where everybody is like, well, you know, nicer, and they got more time for you, let's say, compared to a big city. Yeah, the countryside is beautiful, and there's so many little like gems to be discovered. But you know, the first time you come here, it's already enough to get your mind blown by Tokyo. I don't know, Tokyo is a fantastic city. Maybe some people don't understand it, but it's got a culture, life, an existence of its own. So I do hope that you can make it over here, because it is worth it. It is worth it. So Daka, I don't know if you've seen, but basically what we're trying to do here is we're using only reds, And we're going to give this guy an object source lighting, kind of like he's gonna be coming out of the darkness. And we're actually using reds and white and black to be precise. So I took a few pictures earlier. These three big ones up here are actually this mini with some light shining onto it. So it's gonna look like, just to see the direction and what the light is gonna hit, it's going to look basically like that. And then I've got a few more pictures just for reference. Oh, the Kilted Viking came in. Hello. It is really good to see you again. How are you doing? Thanks, Stack of Fleck of Flame. Let's see, attack you for looking like this. Yeah. That the giant thing, sometimes you get comments about that, like, oh, you're so big. But it's actually funny what kind of compliments you get being like a Westerner here. My favorite is your nose is tall, because I mean, in Japanese, like a big long nose as opposed to the Asian nose, they call it a tall nose, and I actually really like that, which is funny because, you know, my friends always made fun of me because I have kind of like a big nose, and where here it's like a good thing. That and your face is small. For some reason they kind of love small faces, and from what I understand, there's like a lot of girls especially that think that their face is too big. I don't understand. Like, they should know how many people love the like, you know, the Asian features, which are beautiful. But that's really funny. They always are like, oh, your face is so small, you look like a doll. And welcome in, Kendon. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good as well, as we start seeing some features on our little monochrome experiment. And well, now that we have a few people in, I'm going to cheer you with my little drink of the night. Today we're finishing up that bottle of what was it, salted caramel Kahlua that I had. So here's to you. I know some of you are having breakfast and some of you are getting ready to go to sleep, but if you're not drinking, I'm gonna be drinking for you too. It's just a little one. Then I have my water. So yeah, this should be fun. Again, I'm going a little slow here because it's this is a new thing. I have no idea how this is going to turn out, but what we did is still painting with oils. So we still did a pre-glaze. We still did our pre-glaze, even if it was black on black. It was kind of like Bob Ross doing the white on white kind of pre-glaze thing that he does sometimes. And then we put just a little bit of reds into this general area, and what that did, it gave us a wet surface to work on, which is always good. So my experiment was like, I had this idea some time ago. I was painting some miniatures, a couple actually, and they had black hair, and I was always using the light primer, like, you know, the kind of like sand color off-white primer, and sometimes it was a little hard to, you know, give the dark hair that dark color, to bring the color down. Oh, Kendon is trying to paint. Oh, the Onidago. I think I know the one you're talking about. That's the mount, right? That one is so cool. You're gonna have to show us how that works. Yeah, the mount. Is that like first time in oils, or second, third, 15th? That should look pretty cool. then we can take like a picture, put it of my Oni and your doggo, like kind of like put them together. That would be really cool. So yeah, I don't know what you guys' relationship is with doing stuff like dark hair, black hair, but I got the idea. I was like, what if I had the miniature primed in like the same clear, white primer, but then painted the hair black first, and so it would be easier. And I thought, oh, maybe one day I'm gonna do that. And then I had the chance to participate into this monochrome challenge, and where you're supposed to paint a miniature just using as many variations as you want of just one color. I was given red, and I was thinking, what kind of miniature can I do? And I was like, I saw this miniature and I was like, how cool would it be to give this, not beholder, this Illithid a nice red side light. And I was like, you know what, this could be the time to actually try the black primer thing and see how that goes. So that is what we're going to do, and I think I'm going to start switching to some straight up cadmium red, see where that brings us. Ooh, the first time trying. Oh, you have gotten rid of that not so good Vallejo primer. Did you get the Stynel res? Is that what you can get over there by you, or maybe the Megamo one? So, well, let me know how that goes, but I really think is going to be easier than using the Vallejo primer. I really do think that, especially after this experiment that we did the other day, where we saw, I think you can still see how more like white you can see in the Vallejo primer, which is the one to the right, and how kind of like shiny it is compared to the Stynel res Megamo one. So yes, right, and the one shot is the one that I have too. You use are you using the white one or the sand one? Because that this is the one shot black. So this is, I guess it's yet another experiment to make sure that ooh, does the one shot black also get stained as well as the lighter colors? So it's all kinds of experiments today. And in a minute, we are going to switch to our other experiments here. I guess we can get rid we can get rid of all these sponges here, make some room for these guys that we are, whoops, leaving to sit for a few moments. So we are adding a little thing on our label for our oils to tell us how staining they are. And we have made we're gonna do pre-glazes of every single color that I have, and then we're going to try to see which ones are staining, which I thought was a very cool experiment, because you know, I always end up using the same colors for staining. For now, we have just we tried using the ones that are on the palette, but I usually use, you know, your indigos, your phthalos, and whatnot, like your crimson, the violets, but there might be other colors that are staining, and we don't know. We've never used them. And also when we do the pre-glazes, we kind of tend to always mix them, so never quite sure which colors are actually the most staining. So I think that's going to be a fun experiment. And then I am adding the I made like a little like drop icon to add to my labels for my oils, so then I will know also which ones are the most staining. I thought that'd be another cool experiment to do, and it's a very nice thing to do too, because like sometimes while you're painting with oils, you're like, well, this this miniature could use a little bit of time, you know, sitting there a bit, getting rested, especially this one where we're gonna work basically on the same area a lot. So in a minute we're going to let this thing rest a bit, and we can go look at how our first glazes are doing, and we're going to start filling in the properties of all our oils, which should be a lot of fun. So Candon, I can't wait to see how that doggo turns out. It should be pretty badass. Are you painting the Oni that's gonna be the mount, or that's gonna be on top of it too, or just the doggo? I think it's got, I don't have it, like I have it in mind. I think it's like a horned kind of thing. I think it's got like some horns. I kind of remember the way it looks. I remember that there's a mount for the Onis. I do remember that much. Okay, well that's already looking pretty light source there, but let me do a little bit more, and we'll play around to see if we can maybe use some of the magentas to give the light a bit of like a range from cold to warm and whatnot. Could be, man, it is so cool that you're doing this like dry brushy thing and the paint is just blending. Like sometimes while I'm talking, I just keep doing this because I just love seeing the paint just blend like that. Imagine doing this from black to red in acrylics, where red is one of the colors that just will not cover whatsoever sometimes, at least with the colors that I've used. Man, that should be a lot of fun. Wow, the details on this bust are really cool too. So we have a few metal too. Ooh, that's great, Candon. Thank you. I will be looking forward to go see that. I love it when people send me pictures. Oils are hard. Oh, don't worry. But you know, you'll see that you're gonna learn pretty quickly. Like one thing that you know used to be a crux or a problem the first time you paint, maybe the second or third time you paint, it's just you will already have forgotten about it. And of course, if you have any question, doubt, or anything, you can ask me or anybody else that paints in oils, and I will be super happy to help where I can. Okay, so let's so in order, let's put this guy down. Let's take a sip, and let's take these out. So I think I still have, yes, do have some of these clean makeup sponges. So we're going to try and brush it off, and we're going to see which colors actually stain. So this is what I have. These are my labels that you see on my paints. These are basically all my paints. This little drop is going to be what I put onto my paints, and I filled in the ones that I kind of already know. Like I know the indigo is really staining. I still don't know, maybe if there's like a difference in how much paints actually stain. We could put like 1, 2, 3 drops or whatever, but this should be fun. So that said, let's see. I even put white on it because I thought it'd be fun. Let's start with our black, and let's see. Oh, I saw something happened. Not sure what happened. I saw the jar have bits in them. Was that just an emote going in there? I saw like stuff moving in the tip jar. Okay, so black doesn't look too staining, apparently. I actually wasn't sure. I thought black maybe might be. I mean, it does leave... No, not really, actually. It is... You know what? I will reserve judgment until maybe when we've done a few. Especially when we start doing the more staining colors. Because I'm gonna use all of them, even the ones that I already know are staining, because you rarely use them on their own when you're doing the pre-glaze. So we're gonna put them side by side and actually see, but this has been there for quite a while, and you know, of course you're gonna have the black in your recesses, but it did not stain like at all. So I think black is not very staining so far, and I'm not having many expectations from the white either, but I thought it would be fun to just have it on to see. Oh wow. Yeah, what was I saying? That, you know what? White might actually be a little bit better than black in the staining business. Not terribly, but you know, maybe if you mix it with some color. Well, let's get some paint off of that. Huh. That is very interesting. You know, white might actually stain a little bit. You know, after all, like when you're doing like maybe you're doing a fire object light source and you're doing your pre-glaze, you might use like white and maybe cadmium yellow to do the pre-glaze on the like the hottest part of the miniature. That is interesting. Actually, like this is like near zero staining, and this is like actually a little bit of the white is still in the miniature. Huh. That was interesting. So next up, so this is the quinacridone magenta, and this is the crimson. So they should both be pretty staining. So let's start with the crimson and see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this is what happens when you have a staining color. Like here you can see the primer, and here you can't. Like the primer became red. So I think we're going to have to put a little drop next to the crimson color here. No, you did not, Dragon. You did not. I would like to see that. Oh my god, you have the color shifting acrylics. I think we were talking about those a few streams ago. Is that the Vallejo ones or another brand maybe? Those, I've always wanted to try those. Oh yeah, I don't have a Discord link. I'm sorry. If you want to, if you have like a link that everybody can see, you can post it in the chat so everybody can go onto it. And then if you want to send me a private message somewhere, then I can go look at it as well. I think slowly we can start building our chat bots as well. That is not a thing that I have gotten around to doing yet. Well, so this is actually a great comparison. These are two staining colors, like the hand became red and pink. Comparing it with a non-staining color, oh man, this is why you want to use a lot of staining color in your pre-glaze. So we are going to, oh, Turbo Dorks. I might actually be on that one. Oh, that's the paint. Sorry, I thought that was the name of a Discord. So where are our? That's the magenta. So the magenta is getting a fill for sure. And then, where's the other one? That's a cadmium red deep. Ah, come on. That's a magenta. Getting that, and then what's the one called? Crimson. This is definitely staining. So we have two more, but we got these two to try. Actually, you know, let's try them. At least we can try them, you know, after the same amount of time. So this one is the vermilion that I have never ever used in a pre-glaze. So let's see how this looks. You know what? Vermilion might be a staining color too. Maybe like if these two are like a staining factor of like 3, this might be a 1, but stain it does. Oh, there you go. You were able to post a link. That is great. That is really nice. Don't know what color you're doing the horns. There you go. Wow. You see, that's why we do these experiments. I would have never thought of using this color in a pre-glaze. One, because it's a weird one, because it's like kind of like an orange, but look at that. It looks like I have wiped this thing. There's still color on it. It is a staining color. It has staining capabilities. It has staining properties. Let me get some more of my sponges without like holding it too close to the microphone. I don't know what you guys think about this experiment. It is really interesting for me because it's giving me a great insight on which colors actually to use when I'm doing my pre-glazes, and even, you know, to know what properties my colors have even when I'm using them. So it is very, very useful for me, but hopefully it is going to be somewhat useful for other people as well. Always good to see what it affects. Like the spoon method for airbrushing. I am not familiar with the spoon method. What sorcery is that? Always learning. There you go. So let's try with the cadmium red. Spoilers, cadmium red is pretty ridiculous. It should stain, but I have never used it, I think, completely on its own. So let's go. Oh my god, it's like, you see this? This is the power of this primer as well. It drinks, it soaks up the color. Like, I put so much color on there, and it's like I have to rub it to get it off. That is really interesting. It's so cool. So yeah, cadmium red, it's a big yes. It is pretty staining. And it's interesting because usually most of the staining colors would be your transparent colors, but I think cadmium red is like a special child. It's got the pigments have a lot of power. Buy a bunch of plastic spoon, prime them, and then your airbrush. Oh, that is actually a really nice idea. I just have like a big cardboard box that I use kind of as like a, you know, airbrushing case when I do it, and I just kind of like just airbrush the first color, just like, you know, on this side of the box. Wow, these both stain. So that is really interesting. That is really, really interesting. So, well, let's go on with our guy here a little bit. And after that we can go back and maybe try a few more colors if people would like to see. We have many more that we can try, so let's try to bring some more light into this. And I think this is where we can start making some decisions and be like, okay, is this going to be the main color of the object source lighting? Do we want to put something like a bit of magenta in it too? I am actually not sure. I think the first thing we could do is maybe pick out, you know what, let's continue with our cadmium red here, and then add a bit of white, a bit more, because cadmium red literally eats paint. So that's gonna make a little bit of a more pinkish kind of color, and see where that takes us and if we like it. Cool. So I'm not sure whether this medallion should be maybe metallic. Not sure yet. Maybe not the medallion, but the chain for sure. We're going to have to do a bit more reflection on that. And these things too. So this area on the right side of the face is going to be the one with the most light on it. And then I think the eye, I want to do a bit on, on its own, because I want to put like a big reflection on the eye, really make it look, it should look shiny and very reflective. So we'll see how that goes. But well, it's looking good so far. I think painting on the black primer was not a bad idea after all. Oh, so actually let me go back to my, okay, just keeping my my images open so I can see what I should be doing. We're gonna look at that every once in a while. Just establish those base colors a little bit more, and then we can go with some highlights. Alien Goblin from a quarter machine. Ooh. Is that those little capsule toy machines? You just bought one of those toys and just painted over it? That sounds really fun. We have so many capsule toy machines here, and lately in the past few years there's been a big thing of doing capsule toys, but for grown-ups. It's going to be little toys or whatever, but they're more kind of stuff that people would put in their workspace, little cute things that adults enjoy, and they kind of make them relax or whatever. Here they have this big thing about reliving stress and stuff like that. So they have a lot of weird stuff. And I have been a collector of one of those things for a while. I got a bit carried away with a particular capsule toy for a few years. Still have them. But that sounds like a lot of fun, to just paint weird stuff that's not necessarily tabletop miniatures or busts or stuff. I want this little thing to catch a bit of the light, but not too much. Wow, this already looks, I don't want to say finished, but It's already looking pretty good just for brushing some paint on it. We don't mind it at all. Yes, yes. So what we can do, we can maybe get a slightly smaller brush, perhaps like this one. Let's see, let's start putting some, oh, what the hell? Let's just give me, oh, this brush had some magenta on it. It's not a bad thing necessarily, we can try. So let's put like a lot of white on it. See if we can start getting some of those highlights. How would that look? Like the pinkish highlight. Yeah, right, Candon, like I had no idea. Like I was super ready to just, you know, call this a not a failure, but like to just call him a learned lesson, and just cleaned it up and brush over with the bright primer. But actually this is being, you know, it's the oils, they cover really well. So how much paint do I have on the brush? So you always want very little paint on the brush, very little paint. And I'm not really keeping it in camera, but so here under the palette camera I have this. It's a just like a kitchen paper towel, and I'm always constantly wiping it off every time I put paint on it. I'm not really keeping it in camera because it's too white. It's actually not too bad. Eventually I want to get maybe the recycled paper ones that are a little bit like off-white kind of color, but we're always wiping it off. You want too little paint on your brush. Let me keep it in camera a little bit just to show you. Too little paint is always better than too much. I actually kind of like roll it as I'm wiping it off, and because it really actually, like, even after doing all that, I almost have too much paint on the brush already. And I think in a minute we might want to, since we are working on a lot of the same areas here, we might want to go ahead and do a little bit more of those experiments. But yep, found with a full brush you put on so much paint. Yes, that's that is kind of like what starts happening the first times you try painting, especially, you know, when you're not used to oils, and I wasn't, because I had never painted with oils before. If you see there, like sometimes you'll see pictures of people that have painted in oils, and you know, their miniature looks like a little muddy, like maybe, you know, it's kind of like well painted and well blended, but it looks like there's a layer of mud on top of that. That is because there is way too much paint on the brush. Like literally when you're, like if you rub it like on your hand or like that, there should be barely any paint coming off, especially when you're using less diluted paint, like thicker paint. So less is more, definitely. If you start seeing, so like right now, as you can see, I'm rubbing the paint onto the miniature, and some of the paint will just get stuck to the layer of the paint that's already on the miniature, and it'll blend with it. If I had too much paint, it wouldn't know where to go, so, you know, some would just come back onto the brush, or it would get a little too like muddy. Like for example, over here, I'm already at risk of putting too much paint, so I'm going to let it sit for a bit, which is the other nice thing that you can do. Once you've done once you've brushed some paint over the same place a few times, just let it be for a while. Like nobody is chasing you. Let it sit there for a bit, and it's going to look a lot better. Ooh, the little alien goblin. That's cool. Gonna go look at it later. Yes, so that's kind of where you're standing with the oils. And I think one of the difference with the acrylics, because the acrylics, usually the big thing about them is you want to thin your paints. The paint should always go on fairly thin, like meaning diluted with water or with a medium of some kind. With oils, not necessarily. You can have your paints like almost like straight out of the tube, kind of thick. And actually that's kind of how we have it here in these beginning stages. I'm not really diluting them or thinning it down with a thinner, because it's easier for it to stick when it's more like a thick paint. But you always need to have little paint on your brush. That is the rule of thumb. The only time that might happen, but that's kind of like, I feel like it's kind of like an advanced thing. I rarely do it, but sometimes what you could do is in your later stages of painting, you have like maybe you have a very tiny paintbrush and you want to maybe put like a little dot of a highlight somewhere. So sometimes you just get some paint on the paintbrush and leave like a fair bit on it, just like put a dot on there, and then with a clean brush you kind of like pull it and blend it. But that's a pretty special case, and that's not something that's recommended for you know, when you're starting out. I do too. I'm somewhat tempted to go back and give him either a gold or silver tooth. Oh, the teeth. And oh, the Daka, the oil leaching thing. I've seen some videos of people doing that. I don't really need to do that for mine. Like, yeah, not really. It might depend on what kind of brand you're using. Like, I've heard that some brands are really, really oily. Like the ones where you open up the tube and it's just gonna like leak oil. Well, actually, like I want my oils to dry as slow as possible. Like I really don't mind if they take a few days to dry. So I don't do anything to, you know, speed up the drying process. I mean, the only thing I do, which is kind of like a byproduct, is I thin them. Like I'm not using them straight out of the tube. I am thinning them down with a petrol based thinner, and I am putting them in these bottles for easier use. So that's what I'm doing, but I am not leaching them. I'm not sure. I'd be curious to hear if there's anybody that does that, like what kind of brands they do it with and all of that. So I actually kind of like that bit of like pinkish highlight that we put over there. We're going to do a bit more of that. So actually, let me get a, let me see, slightly smaller one. Good to know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of oil paints you can get over there by you. I'm not, like I have actually access to a whole bunch of brands. A lot of them are Japanese, so I might not be, you know, might not be able to do a lot of comparison on that side, but I do have access to a shop that has Winsor & Newton He's got like the Rembrandt colors. What are the ones does he have? I forgot. A few like Italian brands. And then maybe one day I'll be able to maybe do an exchange with someone and have some of those oils that I've seen like on Dick Blick in the US, like the Gamblins or the Williamsburg. I would like to try some of those because I can't get them here. I heard that the Sennelier, are they called? They're very oily and they dry pretty slowly. I think James tried those and he was not too happy with those. But again, it really depends on what kind of stuff you do with them. Like, I'm sure at least at the moment, most of the oil painting brands don't really cater to miniature painters yet. They might in the future. They just might. That would be pretty exciting, actually. Oh, the Winsor & Newton. Well, for those I know, like James was using them and like a lot of people used them. And I don't think James has ever done the leaching thing with them. I think I'm going to try to get 1 or 2 Winsor & Newton colors next time I go to my shop, the one that's close to the Korean barbecue. For those that know about that story. So I kind of want to see the difference with a few brands. I actually experimented. There's like 2 big brands. The Holbeins, I got my set from them, my starter set. These guys are one of the one of the Japanese ones that we have here, and then another brand is called which one did this one, my Terra Rosa, for example, is by these guys, Kusakabe they're called. And they're actually both pretty nice. Then I got these guys, my Meri, that's an Italian brand, and I've got their Van Dyke brown, but it's weird because it's very light compared to like a Holbein one. You can actually see, so I haven't used it much. And then I actually got the same indigo from 2 different brands. This Rembrandt one, I think it's by what is it called? Talens? It's like a Dutch brand, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Hero Drango, that would be really cool if they started catering to mini painters. Well, hopefully James is able to start his oil, his oil line pretty soon, because I know he was doing like tests and stuff. So that the Wapple oils would be pretty exciting. I would definitely get myself a set of those, especially if they're already thinned down, because I mean, I have fun doing the thinning down of the oils, but it is still a bit of a chore that, you know, you could spend more time just painting miniatures. Okay, so we started putting some highlights in there. This is looking really interesting, and I do want to put I want to leave a lot of darks here. I thought maybe I could do some like secondary light highlights with just white and black, like gray. Like if this was not monochrome, I would consider putting like a blue light on this side, and it would look pretty cool, which is a thing that I would like to do. But for this one, we're just doing monochrome. So while we let this guy sit for a little bit, we are going to test a few more of our colors. You know what I'm gonna do, I don't want to put more colors on this palette because we're doing the whole monochrome thing. Let me grab a piece of fresh stuff here. So you know, new folks that come in, they won't get all confused with it's like they're gonna be, are you doing monochrome painting or not? So I have a piece of palette here. We can actually put something on it, maybe like just a brush, and we can try, let me see, let's just start with like let's do a Terra Rosa, which I never use. Let's start with the ones that we never use, and then we have to update our labels. So just a little bit, just enough to put some on that mini. So I'm gonna put it over there, and let me see, let me do this one that I don't really use. So that's the Terra Rosa. Just gonna put it over here. I actually don't need to paint like that huge surface. I can do a lot less. Wow, I don't think I ever used Terra Rosa like that by itself. It always looks like more like reddish to me when I use it, because I always mix it with stuff. We used it a bit in our lizard guide too. That's over there. I don't know if any of you guys were here for that. That was like the first 2 streams we did. Those were a lot of fun. The lizard is up on Instagram right now. So I know it's a bit of a later time that I started the stream today. I actually wasn't really planning to. I'm still having a pretty random schedule, because it's really hard for me to have a fixed one. I would love to have a fixed streaming schedule. With Candle keep coming out with a wheelchair friendly dungeon. Oh yeah, I saw that that thing. How do you feel about combat wheelchairs? I actually haven't really looked into that yet. I just saw, I think like yesterday before going to sleep, that thing was coming out. I don't know, sounds fun. I'm really glad that they're, you know, they're releasing new content. It would have been cool if they had released some more content when I was actually playing Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know, do you play? For my latest D&D campaign was actually over like 2.5 years, something ridiculous like that. We're gonna try some yellow ochre next, and it was super crazy. And then after that, we decided to look for a different, like a different play style, something maybe a bit more deadly. So right now I am playing a system called Hackmaster, which is, I think we settled on the description. It is what you play when you're tired of your D&D characters being alive all the time. So yeah, but I'll probably go back to D&D at some point too. It is hard because that I haven't played since 3.5. Ooh, that's funny. 3.5 was actually the first thing I ever played, and I had no idea what I was doing. So the thing I'm playing right now, I think it might actually be a bit closer to the 3.5 than it is to 5th edition D&D, because if anything, it's like a lot less overpowered. Like, I mean, what if your heroes were just like barely better than average people? That's kind of what Hackmaster is, and it's been so much fun. And I think the other big thing that's great in that system is the combat system. It's not a round robin. It's a real-time counting seconds. Well, not real-time, but it's a second-based combat system where, you know, you roll initiative and you roll to see after how many seconds your character is gonna act, and then the GM goes, okay, it's second 1, go, who can do something? It's second 2, and you can just move your minis in real time and do stuff together, and oh my god, it's so much better. You don't have to wait 45 minutes for it to be your turn. It's so much more active. It is so good. It might not be the easiest game to get into because of all the rules and how deadly it is and all that, but I do highly recommend that. I have had so much fun. Sounds cool. My favorite way to play D&D was low level where it was really easy to die. Yeah. Well, I kind of hope that my other 2 players come in. They do a lot. Because they could tell you, we have already lost all of our first characters, and not to a big monster, not to goblins, not to kobolds, not even to bandits. We lost our first characters to wolves. Literally just regular ass wolves. That is what we lost our first characters to. And actually one of our players already lost his second character as well to a zombie bear. That was most unfortunate. So yeah, like if the other 2 come in today, there's gonna be some PTSD stuff going on, but man, it's so much fun. Like if you get the chance, look up Hackmaster. If you don't get intimidated by the rules, that in the end, if you introduce like a bit at a time with people that are actually willing to, you know, do their homework as players and actually look shit up, after a while it does get a lot easier to play, especially because like we're introducing a little bit at a time. We didn't do like all of the rules together, but man, it's been a lot of fun. I do hope they update their stuff because it's a pretty old system. And the book could use some rewriting. It's been around for a while. But anyway, that's like one of my latest kind of discoveries. Has sure been a lot of fun to play that. Especially because we found pretty nice people to play with too. Like, you know, you find the right players for you. People that kind of like the same thing. If we were playing with people that, you know, they love their min-maxing and being OP, then they wouldn't probably be having so much fun playing what we're playing. But it has been great. We're actually gonna be playing on Sunday as well, so I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm still going with that bit of a magenta color for now, and then we might add more reds. I'm really just experimenting at the moment. I'm adding a little bit of thinner to my paint here, and then I'm always wiping. So here we've got these things. I think we're gonna put some more like highlights, kind of like they're going to be reflecting a bit more light because they're sort of metal, even like on this side. And then what else is metal? The chain. I'm going to put some of that there. I think it's really important to pick out stuff that would be reflective. But I mean, that said, some of the best memories I have so far are from playing D&D. Because we played so long, like, it really feels like that character I had, like, really existed. Because we played it so much. And this one too, like, not gonna have too much light going there, but the chain is going to reflect a lot of it. We might actually want to grab one of our thinner brushes. I actually just got this one new. Oh, tabletop gaming is great. So much fun. I actually have never tried playing, you know, in my own native language. I feel like that would be so much fun too. Sometimes, you know, especially when you're improvising speeches and stuff and you're trying to be a smartass with the guards, like, oh man, if I could do it in my own language, I feel like I would be a bit better at it. And then, like, I think in Italian we would have so much fun with, like, you know, weird accents and dialects and stuff. Like, maybe I should try joining like a Discord or something. But, so that chain, it is definitely going to reflect a bit more light, maybe up to like about here. Then it's probably gonna die out a bit. There's more chain over there. There you go. Oh, what the hell? Let's try. How's this eye gonna look if I put some more color on it? I want to give him sort of like the gray eyes, the ones that look like, you know. I'm not even sure if they're supposed to see illithids. They usually have those eyes that look like, you know, dead, blind eyes. Because they're like, they got psionics, right? I gotta do some more read up on my illithid lore. Kind of forgot. I thought maybe I'm confusing them with someone, but I thought they were blind, maybe? Maybe it depends on the system you're playing in. Who knows? But anyway. Oh, I'm really, really surprised of how much you can see over this this black primer. We are very like surprised but pleased. Holy cow. Look at that. Yeah, I like that. I think I would like to put a bit more red in there, but I really like the idea of the very faint light. It might be maybe like a bit less sort of work on it, but I think I like where this is going. I think I do. So let's get, we haven't used, let's get some more of our crimson. So crimson is really dark and transparent. So if I were to put just straight crimson up here, you can see from this like empty square here, it means it's translucent or transparent. So if I was to put just like straight crimson on there, you wouldn't really see much of it. But if you mix it, and let's dilute it a little bit. So when you're seeing that you have your very not very thinned color on your brush, and you have a little bit, and you start brushing it on, and you see that it's doing like it's kind of like hard to flow, and it doesn't really stick. So that's when you might think of thinning it down a bit to get it that bit of a flow that allows it to actually get on there. I think the only way is to kind of try and feel it for yourself. Feel it with your own brush, and then it'll be really easy to tell too when you've thinned it too much. You're gonna put it down and it's gonna like go everywhere, and you're going to try and like go there with your blending brush and blend it, but all you're gonna do is just like move it, and it's not going to be like nice and smooth. That's when you have thinned it too much. You might just want to, you know, brush it off and try again. So what I wanted to do was to put a bit of that cadmium red in there, but go darker with the crimson. So I might even, no, I think if I add the black, maybe just a tad, tiny bit. So I want to add a bit more like dark reds in a few places. Like over here, I'm not sure what this thing is supposed to be. I think it's like his, like part of his dress maybe? Who knows? Like thin it a bit more to get it to flow a little better. There you go. So that's basically what we're gonna keep doing. We're just going to adjust the color and bring those highlights up, give it some contrast, and then play around with the different kinds of red and see how that works. I'm curious to see what we can do with the skin, because like I'm thinking here, like I have in mind, you know, Pirates of Caribbean's like Davy Jones kind of thing, where he's all like, he's kind of shiny and slimy. So maybe we want to put a bit more reflections on there. Let me see, I have a few, actually have a few really good images here that I just randomly took. Like this guy, you can see how shiny his face is. His like big forehead, and he's got some pretty strong highlights there on the skin. And this guy too, he's got like huge highlights. This one's very shiny. And the eyes of this guy too, you can see when something is kind of like wet, it's going to have a lot more like just defined highlights. And if you compare it, like, you know, human skin and how it reflects the light and shiny skin like this one, you'll see that there's a lot more harsh highlights on there. So we might want to do a bit of that on our guy there. We will see. But he is looking pretty good. I do want to get more of that cadmium red in here. I don't want it to be like too pink. It's going to look weird. So we're just going to play around with that. And we're going to go a little bit more, and then maybe we're going to continue our experiment here, which we are, today is the day of experiments. We are just experimenting so much, so many things. We're trying black primer, we're trying object source lighting, we're experimenting with monochrome painting, and we are experimenting with our paints to see which ones are the most staining. So very exciting today. Let's put more red there. I kind of like this thing of building the colors out of the darkness. And there you go. So far, apart from the black, we have been using mainly cadmium red and the crimson here, a bit of magenta and a bit of white. We haven't really used this guy because I think I want to do it a little bit more on the cold side rather than orangey kind of thing. But we can try. We can try stuff. Why not? Oh, Daka Flaka ate so much dinner. Oh no. Well, you know, like, I'm telling you, you gotta tell me what you ate. We gotta talk food. What did you eat? What did you eat? What did you eat too much of? I actually had a big plate of curry before starting the stream too, because I knew, like, I started like almost 2 hours ago, so it was like almost 6. So I was like, well, I'm gonna go late. It's gonna be too late for dinner when I'm done. So we just made some curry, and and then I started the stream right away. So maybe if I had just streamed like by myself, I would be falling asleep at this time, but having you guys, at least I can keep talking and keeping awake. No, it's been good so far. Let's put this back in. Pumpkin soup. Oh, you grew pumpkins. That's great. Some bread a friend made. Wow, that does sound really good. I would like some of that pumpkin soup. That's very like autumn, winter, very cozy. I made some pumpkin. I was saying the Japanese word, sorry. Some pumpkin some time ago. I found like a Japanese recipe where you boil it in like soy sauce and sugar and stuff like that, and it's really good. It like soaks it all up. I didn't really think about using sugar for cooking, like salty stuff or savory stuff, until I came here. So it's a different technique that I really enjoy. So we got, let me see this guy. So I'm glad I took those pictures. Sounds tasty. Yeah, it is. Your soup sounds tastier. Here, let me freaking block these pictures. I hate it. Block. Okay, so now I can go over them. I was painting this little part over here. So you can see from this picture, it has a little bit of light on it. So we're gonna go for that. So then it actually has a whole bunch of red here and here. I mean, I don't necessarily need to do it like the same, but the left side of the head has very little light in it, if you look at here too. And then the right side is the one that has the most light. And then the top of the head, I like to do it like mostly in the darkness, except for that little like hook at the end of it. So we're gonna go for that. And hopefully the images help. Let me put something on my lips. There you go. So I'm not sure what's happening with the tip jar. I see like stuff falling into it every once in a while, but I'm not getting any notifications, so I don't know. I just put it on the other day. I haven't used it yet, so I'll have to go back and see what is going on with that thing. Maybe it's just doing its own little party there. Not sure. Well, adding some more red onto here. So when I first started painting with oils, like after the first few times, one of my, not problems, but like challenges that I had was I couldn't stop the brush strokes. Like coming from acrylics, I would put way too many brush strokes on that miniature, and I would end up like over blending the colors. So I kind of came up with this thing I used to do where I would count the brush strokes, and I had to stay under like 10. Under 6 would be the best, but like no more than 10 on the same place on the miniature. So, you know, I'd be going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd be like, okay, that's done. Let's move to the next spot. If I didn't do that, whoa. Hey, Daka Flaka Flame, thank you so much for that. That is mostly appreciated. Thank you so much. You made Quark really happy. Look at him. Oh, that is, I am going to drink to that. To that and to your mom's soup. That sounds really good. And if that is a thing you can send in the mail, I would have already asked you to send me some. Oh, thank you. So, yeah, so I used to do this brush thing. I mean, Gold Press Latinum is is really what I prefer, but if you don't have that, I'll have to accept ancient currency. Yeah, I was like, what gift do I get for donation? I'm like, well, there is only one gift I mean, that I could possibly get. I tried not to make like all of them Star Trek, because it's like, you know, you don't want to be exclusive, and people that don't understand Star Trek, they're gonna come on and be like, what? So I do have different stuff in there, not only Star Trek. But I was like, the follows are gonna be the stuff that I get the most, so for that I'm getting Gowron, because I'm a huge fan of the Gowron eyes. There you go. So yeah, I don't know if you guys, when you started painting, you had like different problems or challenges maybe. One of them for me was the overbrushing, definitely. I actually still have the first miniature I painted in oils, because I wanted to keep that to sort of remind myself and even show people of you know, the difference from the beginning, and like kind of like the difficulties that someone can have in the beginning. So I have this girl that I never know if she's okay or not to be on camera, but basically I only painted her in like 3 hours, but you can see like on the hair, it was supposed to be black hair with highlights, but it's just like gray hair, and definitely overblended. But already you can see how many colors I could get into those skin tones. We have some purple underneath there, we have some green, some different, like some blue in the inner thigh. So that was when I'm like, okay, oils are interesting, tell me more. And you know, since you don't have to buy so many colors as with acrylics, I would say that oils are also good for profit, and they do save a lot of latinum. There's like, if I look to my right, I have like almost 200 Vallejo acrylics, which, don't get me wrong, I had a lot of fun going to buy them, and like every time it's like, yeah, I got new colors. But with the oils, you saw my list of my labels before on the Illustrator. That was not a lot of colors, and I do want to get more, but it's not gonna be that many that I need. Too late. Already have a lot. Yep. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. I know that, let me get on camera here, there are some people that like tried oils, and then they were like, all right, I'm just gonna give all of my acrylics away. I don't think for now I'm gonna do that, because well, I think I'm gonna hold on to them, because acrylics are fun too. I've been having so much fun painting with the acrylics. I do prefer oils. Like, I think I'm going to paint like most of the time with oils from now on. But, well, for one thing, you never know when you need maybe a super speedy paint job for a game or something, and you don't have time for the oils to dry. That is a big one. And for another, it's like it's a good change every once in a while. Humans need change, and maybe every once in a while I'm just gonna feel like busting out the good old wet palette and just painting with some acrylics, which I already did some time ago. It's like, why not? I had already forgotten how to paint with them, and I ended up painting like a really bad miniature, but who cares, right? All the acrylics, exactly. It is, I even have that, do you guys have like that Vallejo color catalog? That when I go to the store, they always give me that. And I like mark what colors I have. I love doing that stuff. Like I have a little marker and I circle them if I have them. Kind of like I'm collecting them. I don't think this eye need as much light in it. Oh, we're getting there. It is looking pretty neat, and man, these busts look very, very nice. Very, very nice. I mean, Illithids are not, I do like them a lot, and I think, I don't know if you guys have seen them, the Artisan Guild has a really cool Illithid set too. They've got some nice spell effects that look quite amazing. That would be pretty cool to paint. But my favorite monster is the Beholder. I am very partial to the Beholder. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, shall we take a tiny break from this guy and let it sit? Because again, we're working on pretty much the same area for a long time. So let's take this back out. This is a piece of a Beholder actually. That these are all like field prints that I have the luck to be able to get. And so actually, let me put in some data for these that we didn't do before. So we have our quinacridone magenta and our crimson lake that we have decided that are staining. So we put those in. Our black and white, actually, I would put them as not staining, especially the black. The white, it does have a little bit. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. So we've got our labels here. And so that's the black. The black, we're just gonna delete that because it doesn't have anything. No, that's not that white. That's titanium white that I'm looking for. You know what? We're going to give it this. Tinier though. Wait a minute. No, not that. Nope. Maybe that. Well, we're going to give it just the outline, and then I'm going to fix it. And then we actually saw that our cadmium red, where is it? The cadmium red was actually staining. Big surprise. And the what is that? The vermilion. Our friend the vermilion that I haven't used very much. I'm blind. Where is it? Vermilion hue. That is staining. So let's go back here. We have our Terra Rosa and our yellow ochre, and let's see how these fare. I'm not expecting great things from the Terra Rosa and the yellow ochre in terms of stainage, and yeah, I mean the Terra, nah, it's not a great staining color. That was not a surprise. But you see, you never know. I would have never said that the vermilion is staining. And then, I mean, once I'm all done, I will be able to compare them and decide if they're like, you know, if I should have a distinction between like very staining, like, you know, indigo and that stuff, or not so staining. You know what the other cool thing is that I want to do? I have 2 indigos, which are very staining colors usually, from 2 different brands, and I think that should be, yeah, not too staining. It's actually pretty close to the vermilion now that I look at it, but that might get like an outline. And then we got this guy. I think there's also The thing goes both ways. It could be that color, wow, that's actually pretty staining. The color gets left on the miniature because the pigment is staining, but we are also using a primer that does soak up the paint very much. So it could be that it's not much the pigment, but it's actually the primer that's just being really good at that. Yeah, these two, they do leave color down. Again, if we compare it with the black, that was pretty disappointing. Like, for being such a dark color, like, if it had been a staining color, you shouldn't have seen the color of the primer underneath. So yeah, multiple tests might be needed. Yes, Hero Dragon, they might be. I mean, I'm sure that if I had a few more miniatures primed with like Vallejo, actually, you know what? I have this one. I think if I put like a Terra Rosa on this guy, which is primed with Vallejo, where's the... I think we're gonna see another example of the difference there. Let's see, I had a brush. Let's do these real quick. Well, if you guys like these kind of experiments, like, first thing, let me know, and second thing, like, do tell me if there's anything else you would like to try, any colors that you don't have and you would like to see how they look. I feel like I can totally like go get them and experiment. I love doing these little things, and they're actually perfect for when you're painting a miniature and you need it to sit for a while. So we've put a bit of, just to see, we've put a bit of the yellow ochre onto the our mage here that was primed with Vallejo primer. And the experiment we did the other day, I used specifically staining colors because I wanted to see, you know, the difference. I didn't use like a non-staining color, or what we think is a non-staining color. So in theory, this should come off the miniature if it's non-staining. And if it does, it means that this staining effect is made by, like, is allowed by the primer, which would be very interesting. So there's so much stuff to experiment. And as Daka Flaka Flame says, experiments are fun. And I do have a little bit more room on that eye beholder thing. So let's, what should we try? Should we try a staining color next? Or like maybe a blue or a Van Dyke brown or something like that? What should we try? Then the vermilion would be the same. Yeah, you know what? That is a very valid question. Why don't we put some vermilion on the base of that staff, and we should be able to see. That is very true. Maybe these colors are only staining. They're not supposed to, but they're only staining because the primer is awesome. It's like, what's the reverse of staining? Like soaking? It's a soaking primer. Let's see. Man, this is exciting. I think it's really important to understand your paints and know what they do, because you know, every time you put the paint on your brush, you have some expectations. So knowing exactly how it's going to behave, it's going to give you less surprises and more more satisfactions. So again, so we use the vermilion and the yellow ochre on our one-shot primer, and it looks like a staining color. So now I put them on our Vallejo primer, which should like not be staining. And let's see, let's leave it there, and let's wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, Let me put one more color up on here. You know what? Let's have some fun. Let's go for some dioxazine violet, and let's see how that works. That was a very good to point out hero dragon. That is why we do these things on stream, because like at the moment 8 heads are better than 1, especially when the one is mine. My head is not always the best head to have, so you know. That's our purple. This like should be, we've always treated that as a highly like violently staining color, and I have been doing some painting before. It's not on my Instagram, but it was just this character for my Hackmaster game that had like a purple jacket, and I think I did the pre-glaze with almost straight up purple, and maybe I mixed it with some indigo because I wanted to be a little darker. But I remember that when it was the first time that I was using this primer too, that I had stopped using Vallejo, and when I went to wipe it off, it's like, oh god, it's not coming off. What's happening? Oh wow, so this is what a staining color is. And I was getting so frustrated, like with the Vallejo. I was painting my miniatures and I would just like run the brush over it and they would come off, and then I watch James's streams and his stuff is staining, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? The answer was the primer. And as we saw during our experiment, the other thing is how shiny they get. Okay, so let me make a bit of room. The miniatures get so shiny, and I know that like I was trying to take pictures of them for Instagram, and especially because like they would be shiny from the primer, and then they would be even more shiny because I was trying to varnish them with the Vallejo varnish, which I found out is also kind of shiny, even if it's a matte varnish. But like you see this lady here, see how kind of like shiny and plasticky she looks, as opposed to, let's see, her, which we just did. Like, I know that the light on this camera is a little turned up, so you'll see a lot of kind of reflections on them, but like if you were to see these like in real life, this one, it almost looks like it has like a coat of like a glazy satin varnish, and this one looks a lot more matte. I don't know how good you could see that on camera, but you know, trust me. Okay, so let's have a drink of water, and looking forward to see how that goes. Meanwhile, let's see how much more interesting we can make a monochrome figure. So this nose, I guess, part, I want to leave that alone for a bit longer, because I am seeing like I think I've had enough experience with oils to see when there's like a layer thick enough that it might want to sit here for a bit more. Like that's, you know, the oil telling you, you know, leave me alone for a bit, go work on other parts of the miniature. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go on with take a bit of our cadmium red and maybe get a bit more color around that area. So I'm going to always well, you can actually see it a bit in the palette cam what I'm doing. I'm always cleaning the brush, and I'm going to return, okay, to these guys here, kind of looking at where the light falls, and we're just going to give it a bit more red. Oh, Bone Shooter came in. Hello, how are you doing? Are you coming to join us from a night of sleep, or from a day of wake, or from another stream maybe? Did I see you maybe in James's stream before? No, maybe not. No, were you in Avocado Kid's stream the other day? I've been in quite a few streams in the past couple of days, so 640. Wow, there are so many time time frames. I'm gonna have to start like getting some like world clocks. I know that my streaming times are a little weird, but I'm very happy that there are people that can actually join them. And nobody from Avocado Kid. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I thought Avocado Kids was saying something about you in the chat the other day. I kept like going in and out because I was doing stuff. But there was something, he was like saying stuff about you. And I was like, what? These streams are always very lively. It's a cool thing. Yep. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool because like we have we're starting to get into the time where we'll get some more maybe European and Australian streamers, or you get the weird ones, the weird US ones that will be like awake for some reason. But it is really cool because like our community is not huge, but there's always someone painting. There's always someone painting. That's a good slogan. So Bone Shooter, we're doing an interesting thing today. Today is like show and tell, like experiment day, as we are doing quite a few cool things. The first one is we are painting in monochrome. So basically I did this I decided to participate in this like little challenge slash contest on Instagram where you should paint a miniature using just one color, and you're permitted that color plus black and white. Thank you, Bone Shooter. I am really enjoying the sculpt. Actually, this is the first it's actually the first bust that I do, and I have to say I don't have to squint that much, so I'm enjoying it very much so far. So yeah, it's like paint with one color, and the color, you don't get to choose it. You are assigned a color, which I thought was really cool, because I do have a list of, you know, paint techniques and stuff I would like to tackle and do on the stream, and actually using like monochrome was one of them. What is this little thingy on here? Get off. So I thought that was really cool, and I decided to participate, and I was assigned the color red, which is what you are seeing at the moment on the palette. I know, Daka, I am seriously thinking about getting one too. I was thinking about like the ring light, but I think it would be a bit in the way for the stream. So one of those helmet things, I've seen it on a few people, and it looks like you can, like, you know, take it on and off. I might even try to have it something 3D printed maybe. Someone in chat the other day was ooh, that actually, oh hey, hi. Thank you, Brush for Hire. That made me jump. I'm a very jumpy person. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the the helmet thing. It looks pretty cool, and maybe I could get something 3D printed. And actually, I was saying that someone on chat was suggesting reading glasses as well. So thank you so much, Brush for Hire, for that. It is really appreciated. And Driving to work. Oh, thank you. Thank you, and I hope your day at work is as good as a day at work can be, which could be pretty good. I do that too sometimes. I watch streams from like the train. So it is finicky to watch someone from like the smartphone, so thank you for that. So yeah, magnifying helmet, definitely something that I would love to try at some point. So, you know, we're just taking our time here, and since we're working with so little color, yeah, actually I was saying we were assigned red, and then for this particular challenge you are allowed to use the color in question in any you know, shade or hue, and then white, black, and metallics, which I'm not using metallics, and there weren't like very specific instructions, like it didn't even specify if metallics means like non-metallic metal, but I'm pretty sure it just means metallic paints. Man, I hope Paint Miniatures comes in, because he did this challenge too, and he painted a really cool mimic, and we got the same color as well. He did the red too. That's a really good one. I think he's got it on his Instagram already. Oh, that's looking good. So I'm going to move from the jewelers to ones that look like glasses. Oh, the lenses flip out of the way. That's actually, I think that'd be pretty cool, because I feel like you would need to go back and forth. His day at work consists of painting miniatures all day on Twitch. Hahaha. Well, if that is the case, have fun. Yeah. I mean, duh, I guess I should have suspected that from the name, but you never know. Maybe it was like a chimney sweeper brush. What do I know? Okay, so I think it's gonna be cool. Like, my idea was to leave actually some of these, like this back part, to, I'm thinking right now about leaving it like black mostly, and when we take a picture of this guy with a black background, it's gonna look like he's like coming out of the darkness. I don't know yet. I might do some like, you know, countered light on the other side in just the, maybe like a gray, using the black and white. I don't know yet. I think we should get through a bit of this first and then decide. But for now, let's just keep putting in some of this beautiful cadmium red. There you go. Okay, let's see. It should be pretty easy to then like go back in with some black where we, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a few places when we realize, oh, okay, maybe a little too much over there. Let's tone it back down to black. And then we always have to keep in mind that if there's anything metal or glass or wet, it's going to reflect more the light. So even if it's further away from other objects that are darker, like this chain, we're gonna put some nice big highlights on that. And the chain in these like shoulder earrings, gonna go with that, I guess. They're gonna reflect kind of like this, like so. And then in a bit we might even go back to our other part of this night's experiment, that it has been a lot of fun. We're going back and forth. We are testing how staining our oil paints are, and we've already, like halfway through the experiment, we've already expanded to also testing, like, okay, how much of this is it the merit of the primer? So I feel like we are learning a lot today, and it will possibly help us next time we do a paint job. We are discovering a lot about these beautiful oil paints, that is for sure. So after we put some more reds in, I definitely want to try and see what we can do to make the skin look a little bit more shiny. And I do hope that the black doesn't make the miniature too shiny, but I don't know, it doesn't look too shiny over here. And the cadmium red is actually really opaque, so that should be fine. For people that just came in and didn't see the pictures, the reference pictures that we have, we are working with this. The first top left 3 pictures I took of this very miniature. We shone a little bit of red light on it in the dark, and I mean, it doesn't have enough, like a lot of highlights, not a great light, but this is great to see where the red is gonna be and where the darks are gonna be. So we're gonna go with that, and we have a few more references for me for later, for eyes and skin and whatnot. Another thing I love about Twitch, get to watch and learn. Yeah, it's great. The one thing that I really love doing, that I've been done ever since I joined as a viewer, is I love asking a lot of questions about, you know, what people are doing, how they're doing their stuff, or what they like, how they learned things. And it's really cool because on Twitch, like, maybe you ask about a you know, a particular technique, and the guy just like starts showing you right there, like, that level of interaction is really cool, I feel. So that's I've had some time to watch a whole bunch of streams before starting to stream, and I kind of got a pretty good idea of, you know, what kind of stuff I want to do on my stream. And I know that there are some stream are more of the, you know, watch me paint and let's chat kind of variety, but I think for my stream I really want to, you know, just try stuff with people, and either stuff that I want to try, like in this case, or, you know, if people suggest or ask things, we can try figuring things out together. That's why I kind of want to focus on one or a couple of specific techniques in every stream. Like, for example, when we did the Oni, we're like, okay, I started with let's look at red skin, let's look at blue skin, let's put some freehand in there. I don't know, I think I like doing it that way for my stream personally. Just have everything have like a theme or 2 or 3. Like in this case where we're having I thought this would be, I've been wanting to do the staining experiment for a while, and I thought this would be the perfect stream to do that, because, you know, there's less colors on the palette, the miniature needs more resting, needs to rest in peace for a little bit, which probably gonna get to more of those experiments in a bit. Words. But man, I can't stop admiring how good the oils are blending. Don Shooter has been painting minis for about 8 months. Aw. Well, thanks for including me, but that sounds great. You know, I started with I wasn't really familiar with Twitch when I started, like, what, 2-3 years ago, maybe? 2? I think 2. I just watched a lot of, like, YouTube and stuff. So, you know, it was great. I actually learned a lot from a lot of YouTube channels, but there's always that thing where you're just a spectator. You can't ask questions and stuff. So when I found out about Twitch, I was like, what? You can actually interact with the painters? I mean, I knew about Twitch, but I didn't know people would be painting on it. So that was kind of like a revelation for me, and so I'm really happy that you found it already. Really. Maybe the eyes would have as much light as the metal. Yes, I do agree with you, Hero Dragon. I'm kind of leaving the eyes for now. I haven't done too much on them, but I do want to put some big reflections on there. I think we're gonna put some nice like red on the whole eye to like kind of like show that because the eyes, okay, I'm looking at this, right? I really like this kind of eye, like this guy has, like the gray blind kind of eyes. And so I think I want to go for something like this where he's got there you go, he's got like these very defined highlights. So we're gonna do a few experiments with that. I'm not sure how it's gonna go, but definitely they're gonna be comparable to the metal for brightness. And as we talk about the metal, I'm putting some highlights on there on the chain. I think that's pretty good. For now, we're going for a more cold red. Just gonna have that like pink kind of highlight color. If we don't like it, I think we can just switch. Like maybe we can use a bit of this guy over here, the vermilion, and we can just make it a bit more orange. But I think the colder highlight kind of suits this guy. Pretty much all day while I work from home. Oh, that's great. Then in the evening, oh, then you try to apply it in practice. That's great. That's where the real learning happens. Yeah, exactly. And you're all fresh. So, what has been something that you've learned lately that you've been really happy with yourself about? That maybe you've learned from a streamer? It's always nice when you nail something. Like, I mean, it happens to me all the time because, you know, we're always learning, and there are still techniques that I haven't even tried yet and whatnot. It might be a little too much, but you know, we can always go back on that. For now, let's just leave it at that. And so yeah, you'd be like, oh wow, I think I got I don't know, skin tone right for the first time. That's great. That feels so good. And with Twitch too, you know, maybe you were chatting with someone and you were asking them questions, and like you try something, you succeed, and then you go back to the stream and they'll be asking you like, oh, how did it go? So that's actually a really nice thing. You can actually share your progress with people. So just to try, how would it look if the light is kind of like here? So how would it look if I put like something like that? How would that look? Would that look okay? So then that guy, that other eye should have a highlight kind of like, we can get rid of that. I'm just, you know, kind of like over here. Yeah, maybe. Even bigger, maybe. Bone Shooter has really been working on highlights and shadows. Just getting more details on the minis. Well, highlights and shadows are your bread and butter. They're gonna make your mini look so good, and you know, so you're never have done enough exercise on that kind of stuff, and it's one of the most fun things to do too. I love doing the whole highlights and shadows, and actually putting like maybe weird colors in the shadows. It's I've been doing a lot of that lately too. It's been a lot of fun. I have viewers challenge me to do some chibi eyes on the Reaper Dice guy. Oh, I remember those. I remember those from your Instagram, and I think we were talking about that in one of the streams too. Those came out really nice. I remember. I think, didn't you do them like on your finger first, and then you did them on the miniature? Yeah, that's what's fun about it. And you know, if you're not only watching people but also streaming too, I think that's even better. I don't think that highlight should have gone there though. Not even sure if this eye should have a highlight or not. Oh yeah, you know what? Maybe it should be more like here. See, with the oils, the good thing is like I didn't like the highlight where it was. It was just like a test. I just wiped it off, and we can put one back in, maybe like here. Here. Oh, there's not enough color on the brush, not enough paint. Oh. Here. Not sure about that. Well, we're gonna have to think about that a little bit. So let's leave that for now. Yeah, you did the fingernail. I thought I remember the picture. I started streaming 2 months after I started painting. Wanted to share the newbie journey. Well, that is wonderful. Excuse me as I take a sip of water. It's great. It's really great because not only you can have people pop in and, you know, maybe help you out, but like you also do a service to the community where like maybe other people that are just getting started, they come in and they see you and they get encouraged, and you can, you know, just figure things out between everybody. It's just wonderful. Like this thing too I'm doing, it's like I have never done monochrome before, so I thought it would be fun to just explore it together. Like a monochrome low-key object source lighting. I was thinking maybe I should like try it first on my own on a miniature and then sort of, you know, do it on the stream, but then I was like, why not? Why? So I don't know if you can see what I did there in the eye, those 2 dots that we put. Like maybe like that. It's gonna get a little bit darker, you can see. No, not like that. I'm not sure how I like that. So I might just keep playing around with that. So we know that the source light is kind of like here. Like it's coming from this direction. So there's definitely going to be something in this general area, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see where this this takes us. So let me actually add just a tad more cadmium in yeah, maybe like this general area, and let's do it with like a bigger brush and a bit of this crimson, keeping in the more in the red realm for the darker red. Let's see, there, a bit here. I was floored the first time someone asked how to do something. And they had been painting longer than I had. Yeah. I mean, really, like, nobody is the absolute, you know, knowledge or the absolute teacher about anything. I mean, there are people that are professional teachers, there are people that have a lot more experience, but like even a professional, and it happens with a lot of professionals too. Maybe they specialize in something really specific, so maybe they don't have a lot of chances to do some particular technique. Or like I, for example, haven't done a lot of basing. So lately I was asking around on Avocado Kids' stream too sometime, because he does those beautiful dioramas, so maybe he can help me a bit with the basing and just, like, you know, harvesting some knowledge and seeing what people are doing. And it's great. That's why we're called the brush brigands. We steal the knowledge in a good meaning. Like we take all the knowledge and we try to make it our own and make good stuff happen and achieve the ultimate smoothness. Daka has been getting better at glazing skin, and that's been making you happy, and that is great. I mean, skin is one of the things, unless you're painting only monsters, and even some monsters have skin, it is a very nice technique to be mastering, and that's great. And you're gonna have to show us some of your pride, most of the stuff that made you proud. There you go. See, I'm learning how to speak English too while I'm learning to do miniatures. We'll get there. We'll get to a point where I can actually talk. There you go. Daka mostly paints monsters.
Yes.
Ooh, hey, Warrior Fox. Welcome in. Thank you for that follow. Gauron welcomes you. Yeah, so you paint mostly monsters, and you tackled something that you normally don't do, and that can be a pretty cool, like a very rewarding experience. You actually try something you're not familiar or even comfortable with, and you get it done and it actually looks good. That's the best. That's why it's good to try different stuff. That's why, I don't know, do you guys do a lot of like maybe contests or painting challenges and stuff like that? I think since I started the you know, just putting some stuff onto Instagram, I've enjoyed doing those. Not much for, you know, the whole winning prize thing, but that's because having that kind of like homework, I think it really helps you, you know, think out of the box and just try stuff that you normally wouldn't. Like I painted this, where is he? I know you're in there. For a Christmas thing, I painted a Krampus. Where'd it go? Oh my god, oh, there he is. I'm like, is he back to where he came from? I would have never thought of painting this guy, but there was like a Christmas challenge, and I'm like, oh, what can I do for Christmas? And then I found this Krampus mini, and I had so much fun. This was actually the first time that I tried the cadmium red here on the thing. I played around with like some you know, harsh highlights here, and like I got some warmer versus darker shadows, and I got like the light coming from underneath. Like I was just trying a whole bunch of stuff. I was having the time of my life with something that, if it hadn't been for that Christmas challenge thing, I wouldn't even have thought about painting ever. So those things are really cool. Oh, Krampus. Yep, That's a really cool thing. I actually come from an area where people actually go around dressed up as Krampuses, I guess, Krampi, uh, around Christmas, and they like terrorize children. We got a few weird Christmas things, like for example on, I think my valley in particular, we've got St. Nicholas coming to bring presents on December 6th, I believe. And he goes around town with, I think he's like on a donkey, and a bunch of Krampuses follow him, and he's got the angels too. And you're supposed to, at night, you leave out a plate of like corn flour for the donkey. You gotta leave a little bit of like a little shot of liquor for Saint Nicholas, and in the morning the plate is gonna be filled with like little presents and like sweets and like nuts and oranges and stuff, because he's poor. He's not as rich as you know, Santa. But that's a thing that we used to do. Like, it was a huge thing with the kids in elementary school. We actually learned songs to sing for him when he comes. Everybody gathers in the town square at that night, and like, you know, we wait for him, we sing him songs, and then we have to write him letters too, and then he reads some of them out loud. He gives us candy. The town does like a huge thing for that, and I've always loved St. Nicholas, but I think I'm like, I don't even know if there's any other places outside of our valley that does that. I know some people have like other saints that do like similar things. I know, remember you put out your shoes and then you do give the donkey some food. Oh, there you go. Like maybe other people have similar things. Yeah, we're supposed to put like little plates out for the donkey. I know other people in places nearby, they had something called like the hag, or like, it's a weird Italian word that basically means like the old lady, and that was on the Epiphany, like on January 6th. You're supposed to put out like the socks, and she fills them with like little presents. I didn't have the hag. I had St. Nicholas. I had St. Nick. So that was fun. It was so cool. Like one year they did it like big. They always made us write these little letters to him. But one year's we actually they had us tie them to, you know, the balloons, the ones with the helium in them, and we actually released them to the sky because, you know, that's where Saint Nicholas comes from. And they did the whole thing where they you know, they photocopied them or whatever. So later that night when Saint Nicholas came out, he actually had some of our letters in his hands, and we're like, oh my god, he got the letters, the ones that we just released into the sky. He was crazy. I think it was just one or 2 years that they let us do the balloon thing. I think it was like too many balloons after that. Like they didn't want to do that. Maybe there were some problems with it, but just fun village traditions. I remember I was blown away by that. But anyway, I don't even know why we got to talk about that. Oh, the Krampus, yeah. So, let's see. Oh, it's looking more and more red. It's not looking too bad. I think we can go a little lighter on this, of course. Still thinking about what to do for the highlights. If I want to bring them up to like a more of a white kind of thing, but if we want to go orange, I still think they should be more white. But But you know what? We have our experiment to, our other experiment to continue. We were checking how staining some of our paints are, and we've been doing some really neat experiments here where we are using all of my paints one by one. We're putting them on some like pieces of broken miniatures that I had laying around, and we have seen that even the colors that weren't supposed to be staining, like this was the vermilion, I mean the cadmium red, I think it is a bit staining, but this was Terra Rosa, and this was what was that one? The yellow ochre. And so like they're staining. They're not supposed to be. At least I don't think so. So we had an idea, like someone in chat was saying, what if we needed to test more? What if it was partly because of the good primer that we're using? So we put the vermilion and the Terra Rosa onto this guy that actually has been sitting up here for quite a long time, and this guy was primed with Vallejo, which is supposed to be the not too good primer. So are you guys ready to see how this guy looks? Let me take a sip of my water so I don't lose my voice. Are you ready for the truth? Let's see. Oh, and then we have our purple here that we have to do, which that shouldn't be a huge surprise. Let's see. Well, I'll be damned. This color is hanging on to that mini. Wow. Are you watching this? Are you seeing this? It might not be the primer after all. It might be that these colors are just pretty staining. Well, now, okay, to be fair, the vermilion kind of came off a bit more, and this is also a very small miniature, so you will get more of the color onto it just because it stays in the recesses. So you know what? Let's see. We have, this is our vermilion, and the vermilion there. It's a little hard to tell, but I do think that part of why these colors are so staining, I think it is because of the primer a bit. They still leave color onto the miniature, even with the crappy Vallejo primer. And so that's the yellow ochre. It left more color onto the good primer, less color here, but no, it's still kind of staining. That was a really good thing that we tried that, but no, I think these colors are just pretty strong. So now we've got our purple, and this shouldn't be a surprise when we wipe it off and we just get a whole bunch of purple. Oh, is Hero Dragon not convinced? Or are you just pondering the meaning of all this? You know what, like I think we might want to do a bit more experimenting, maybe getting like the same miniature again to be sure that we're wiping the right surface and all that, the same surface. Do I have enough? Yeah, I have plenty of makeup sponges. That's funny, I've never used these sponges to remove my makeup whatsoever. Like, I couldn't be able to tell you if they are any good for makeup removing purposes, but they are great for oil removing purposes. They got all kinds of colors and shapes here too. They got like the pink heart-shaped ones, because if you're like, everything has to be cute in Japan. What do you say, Hero Dragon? So came to no surprise that the purple is pretty violent when it comes to pre-glaze. So we're giving the purple a nice big staining color. Thumbs up. So you know what? It might be that with this primer, almost every color is a staining color. It might well be, because look at this. Holy hell. So we actually have a bit more. I got another miniature here, Definitely I'm not gonna be able to test like all the paints today, but all the tests and such, more research needed. Yes, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. So you know what? Let's continue with the colors. And yeah, let me think. Maybe I should prime. I'm gonna do some thinking about this. Like maybe I should prime a few more minis with the Vallejo, and we should just do them like side by side. But so we did the purple. Ooh, you know what we should do? We should try 2 different brands of indigo and see if we can tell which is which. Let's put a little bit down here, and let me see. So I'm going to put the Rembrandt on the left and the Holbein on the right. Or actually, it's going to be like front of the miniature is going to be Rembrandt, and then Holbein is going to be on the back. Whoops, well, that's a lot of paint. So the Rembrandt has been pretty like, I used it like once, and it looked like it was really slow drying kind of paint. But I've been wanting to try them side by side too, to see how different the color is. So this is going to be yet another experiment. So we said that we had the Rembrandt on the front and the Holbein on the back. Let's remember that. And give me a brush that we're not using for anything else. Let's see, test board, maybe a bunch of bases. One line is Vallejo primer, and then the oil primer, base, another primer. Yeah, we should probably get something that is like, that's all the same thing for everything. Bases, yeah, maybe we should get some like, kind of like stony bases kind of thing going on. Maybe we should do something like that, just like print little, maybe I could print little pieces of something. I will, you know what? I will be back on the next stream with some more ideas for that, but I really think we could have something printed that's all the same thing. Like these miniatures worked great just to give us ideas, because I thought, well, I don't even know if people are interested in this kind of experiment. Like I am, because I want to put the thing on my labels. I want to write which ones are staining and which are not, which is very important for me, because I want to do a good pre-glaze. But you know, you never know what if people are interested in that or not. So these were great. By the way, it looks like the Rembrandt color has more of a blue hue, and when I put in the Holbein, it almost looks black. So it looks like the Holbein might be a little bit darker than the Rembrandt, which is interesting in itself. So we could have we can have like the one-shot primer and the Vallejo primer. So we try them both on, you know, good primer and bad primer. I don't know if there's anything else that I could try. Like, I mean, I could try them on something stupid like the canned primers, the ones that do not work. Like, it is just known that the canned primer does not work with oils. But I don't know what that would achieve. Okay, so now I'm really curious to leave this one on and see if there's any difference. Like on paper it looks like it's just the same color, but front is one brand of, well, front is one brand of indigo, and back is another brand of indigo, which is really interesting. They should both be quite staining colors. So we're gonna see what happens. Yeah, you guys, this is really cool. I think we'll be having some fun figuring things out here as we get back to our Illithid. Do we want to put more color? Like, I have the side of this girl to try, but no, I think I'm good for tonight. We're just gonna end that one with the indigo, and I think we can concentrate on this Illithid. So let's go with a bit more red. So, let me think how we can do this. Let me give this a little bit more of our cadmium red and crimson coloring, and then let's see what we can do for some highlights and maybe some reflections on the eyes and whatnot. Let's see what we can do with that. Yes. So I'm always trying to see where the light would hit. Well, let's use some more like kind of like straight up cadmium at this point. Why not? This is great. This is great. I hope this is, you know, I hope this helps other people that are trying to figure out oils. I do hope this, or at least it's interesting to watch, because you never know, right? Like, if you have ever streamed or done any kind of video, maybe you've noticed that sometimes even if you have fun doing something, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's fun to watch you do that. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like, sometimes, you know, watching someone do stuff might be super boring, but doing it yourself might be very entertaining. So feedback is really important, but I don't know, I think it's personally, I find it really interesting. But again, if there's anything you would like to see or know, feel free to let me know, because that might be something that we might want to put into one of our next streams. Like Bone Shooter was saying, like they made him do chibi eyes, stuff that he would have never thought of doing. That's that kind of stuff is always fun. So I'm kind of like diffusing the light a little bit over there. So okay, this ear kind of thing, let me put just a little bit of a, almost like a highlight on there. Start seeing if we can make this thing look a bit more shiny, I guess. Try not to touch that central area too much, because still we're waiting for it to dry a bit. I don't even know if I should try, like, maybe for a texture, bit of a texture on this, because, like, you know, maybe the skin has a little bit of that fishy texture to it, and I find oils are really, really good for this kind of thing, because you can literally, like, you can do a few dots and then blend them with the blending brush a bit, and now you have a great texture. It's great for leather and that kind of stuff. Really great for that. So there's that. Start picking out some of these highlights here. So basically, we would pick out these creases on here. Where am I? Okay, I'm on the camera. Try the side, this, and this one, and a little bit of this one. Okay. Okay. And there might be a bit of a highlight like here, here. Like not a lot of light goes on this side of the head, but might have a bit of highlights on a few parts. And we still have to figure out how to do the reflection in the eyes. I think that's pretty important. We can definitely try a few things, and we'll stop as soon as it looks like there's an actual reflection in the eyes, I guess. Okay. So, a bit more like here. That's got really cool details on this mini. Like, some minis you're just like happy to work on because they have such details that are fun to paint. That is important. There is, I always say there is such thing as too many details. I don't know if you've ever painted one of those miniatures where it's like, please no more details. I can't take it anymore. No more belt buckles, no more, or like maybe there's so many small details that you can't even tell what's what. I think a good amount of details is an important thing to achieve, unless you like the super detailed miniatures. But I don't know, like so many times like I can't even tell what I'm looking at. Like literally I'm like, is that an arm? Is that, what is it? So I'm starting to get to that point where I'm thinning down the paint a little bit more than I was in the beginning. Not too much, like it's not you know, watery or anything, but it is a little thinner. It also depends on which paint, because like some of my translucent, transparent paints are a lot more thin already in my pre-thinned jars than others. Like the cadmium red is really not that thin, so we are thinning it down a bit more so it can flow. If I was using it the consistency that it is here, I wouldn't really be able to do these brush strokes. Like, I really hope it's easy to understand. So like you were asking before about consistency. Sometimes when, you know, the oils are gonna be telling you, okay, right now, for the kind of consistency that is down there already on the miniature, you need your paint to be a little thinner or a little thicker. So if you have your paint going on and it doesn't go on well, it means that you have to stop and ask yourself, okay, what are the oils trying to tell me? Can only put so much time into a mini before I get sick of it and start painting poorly. Yeah, that is definitely, that's it, Daka. I can definitely relate to that. Like, you get that yearning for new stuff, and you just get bored of what you're painting. So I guess miniature choice is also important. Something that you're like, okay, I'm gonna be able to finish this before I get bored or frustrated with it. Definitely. Is there a time lag between cameras? You know what? There might be. There might very well be. I'm sure there is. I mean, that's part of why we're, you know, the first upgrade that I'm gonna do to the stream is gonna be a new camera, because I'm using a phone camera for this one, and you know, it's better than the shitty webcam that I'm using for the palette, but oh, Bone Shooter is gonna go work for a bit. Well, I guess you're gonna be doing the same thing that I'm doing, so have fun. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for popping in, especially as you were going to work, and thank you for the host. And I hope to see you soon. And I'll, ooh. Hey, Dark Moon. Thank you for the follow. I tend to get stuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a problem to get stuck with stuff. As we welcome in Dark Moon, hoping that they're doing okay. So about the camera, I'm pretty sure there is a lag. Like, let's see, let's do this. Like, I'm moving my arm. Yeah, there's definitely a lag in there. Yep, that's about as good as this setup is gonna get, but hopefully that is not too jarring for people. And well, now thanks to Daka, we're a lot closer to upgrading to that new camera, which I don't know if it's gonna solve the lag, but it's going to mean that we're gonna be able to paint smaller miniatures, which is great. I am really looking forward to that, because I actually have a whole bunch of small miniatures that I would love to paint that are primed and ready to go. But looking at this camera, I don't think that's gonna be very possible to do, because if this is, I think, as small as we can go with the current camera, and you're still gonna be able to understand what's going on. I have miniatures like this girl here, lizard, that I want to paint. It's gonna be a little hard to understand what's going on. So I have a whole bunch of human-sized miniatures that I can't wait to paint. And that's gonna be really cool. So thank you again for the donation. Hey, there you go. Let's see here. I'll just keep adding reds until we're happy with it. You know, it's definitely it's an interesting process. Like you keep seeing the same color, so it's definitely maybe less varied as the other painting streams where we're painting so many different colors. But I think you can see the highlights starting to pop out and all that. So hopefully this is going to be interesting as well. And I have been meaning to do a monochrome painting project thing. So oh, just lurking. Thank you for the lurk. The lurks are also appreciated. I sometimes am a lurker myself, many times actually, because of the time zone that I'm in. It's a lot of people that I watch that they are streaming while I am working, so I'll start watching them maybe while I have breakfast, and then I start working, but I kind of just leave them on in the background. Maybe I'll pop in every once in a while and say something, but it's a lot about the timing. I know there are a few people that I have been wanting to like watch their stream, but they stream while I am sleeping, so that has been a little difficult because, you know, being in Japan, for some people it's like I get the notification while I am literally asleep, and then I wake up the next morning and I see, you know, at 3 in the morning this person went online, and I'm like, well, I think they're probably done at this point. So that is a shame, but at least there's always VODs, so I can at least go back and maybe not interact with them, but at least see what they were doing. you go. Kendall lurks on James's stream and you fall asleep most of the time. Oh, it's too late. Yeah. I mean, I guess James is so good. He keeps talking all the time, which is great, but he's got a very nice tone. Like he never yells or changes his tone too much. So I think it can be pretty relaxing if you're maybe like laying in bed, and I could definitely see myself like falling asleep watching James. Some kind of like miniature painting ASMR. I ended up on a stream one time. I've no idea who it was. I just remember that I saw that like this person had like hundreds of watchers, so I popped in, and I remember that she had like the most soothing voice that I had heard in a long time. And I'm like, oh, that's probably why so many people are watching. Along with the stuff she was painting was really cool. I don't remember the name. It was just kind of like it was Twitch zapping. There you go, a little bit more red in there, and blend. Man, if oils are good for one thing, they're really good for object source lighting. When you have to do, so much glazing to get. Can you imagine in acrylics like getting from just pitch black to red? That's that's something. Giggling Geek Cat, that might well be. That does ring a bell. Might have been her. I think she was painting like a little dog or a corgi when I popped in. I remember it was just about like I was going to do something and I had just like closed another stream, but my eye was attracted to the number of people that was watching this stream. I'm like, whoa, what is this? And I just like opened it and went like, oh, cool, and then closed it. So, but that does ring a bell. That might have been her. I'm sure if she had so many watchers, she must be known by many people. Let's see what we can do for a few highlights here. So let me try one thing. So we're getting a brand new quintuple zero brush, I guess. Where am I? Here. And let me take a sip of my water. Sorry, Daka is getting ready for bed. I'll see you later, and thank you again so much. That is so appreciated. I'm eventually going to put up one of those donators name things somewhere, but thanks again, Daka, and thank you for always popping in and being great company. You have a great night, and I'll see you the next time. Okay, so let me try to see what happens if I put some just straight white onto some of our pieces here. I'm gonna start with the chain, or actually the metal here, just like here, and see how that looks. And what I want to do is I want to decide whether I want more like white highlights, so we're gonna go more on the pink, or if we want to add a bit of that vermilion that's looking at us being like, use me, and we want to do a bit more of a warmer highlight tone. So we will see. Let's try a bit of that. we might actually see what we can do with those eyes. But I think there should be a little more red in them before we put some highlights on there. Okay. So, well, I'm curious, has anybody tried painting something like monochrome, kind of like this or similar? And what do you think about this idea so far? I have been really interested to try this. And I mean, so far I am having a lot of fun. So I hope you are too, because that would be great if we can catch two birds with one stone. There you go. And just putting some of those highlights in. And I think the other part of the chain, I actually want to bring it down a little bit. It's a little too pink. So let me put some of the white highlights on there, and then we can go back and maybe put some reds back in and see if we can balance the whole thing a little bit. So light coming from here, it is gonna hit the chain. It is gonna hit the chain, but not as much as I did here, because it's just like a pink chain now. So there you go. Getting these whites. Let's see if I can turn it in a way that you can also see it. That would be ideal. I need like one of those, you know, 3D cameras, the ones that make the 3D environments, so you can just wear a like, I don't have to worry about stuff being in the camera or not. You just put one of those like VR goggles on and just like virtual reality miniature painting. That could be cool. That could be a thing. Okay. Yeah, that does look better with I think I'm liking the straight white so far. So light goes there. I see, maybe like a little dot here. This is getting a little awkward. The white, actually, I don't even know how much thinner I put in there. It's still thick. Like, the white takes so much thinner, and still it takes a lot of thinner to thin down. It's like every color kind of needs a different amount. Oh, this chain has like studs on it. See these little things here? No, you don't, because the face is in the way. Let me see. Like, so this chain has all these tiny little studs on both sides. Oh, look at that. We didn't want that blob of white. Away you go. So that's also another thing that happens when you have too much paint on your brush. So there. I think you can see them now. I hadn't noticed them yet. That is very interesting. Get a little less paint. Just trying to, there you go, maybe from here. Okay. Getting that, and it'll catch this one. That might be the last thing it catches, the light. Yes. So then I'll catch this thing here, and this thing here, and that little piece of the chain. There you go. Gotta make the noise, otherwise it won't work as well. And then from here, maybe this little piece. There you go. Yeah, the most light it's gonna catch is gonna be over here. Cool. Well, now I think it looks more like an actual metal chain with all these highlights. And from here, actually, let's add a bit more highlights to this area over here. Not sure what to do with a medallion. Not sure if that is supposed to be metal or not. Doesn't look it. So, if you have any preference on how we should paint that, oh, you know what the heck, like, let's just put some highlights on there. Let's just put some stuff, just some more details. We're doing a very low light kind of thing. It needs to have a bit more to look at. So let's pick out, let me see, like maybe this here, and then this area over here. Ah, yes, I'm liking that. And there you go. And we got this area over here, this area over here. There were actually quite a few people today on stream. I was actually watching like a few of them together because they're all people I like, so I would kind of be going back and forth a bit, saying hi and chatting. I don't know if James is still sculpting. Actually, he was making a what is that thing called? Gorgoroth? Something like that. It was looking really cool. I have never tried sculpting before, but watching his streams makes me want to try. There you go. And a bit more of that. So I think we are streaming tomorrow as well. Well, initially that was the idea. I was going to start this guy tomorrow because I thought I was just going to work all day today on other stuff. So this was kind of like a bonus stream or an earlier start. Very happy to do that because I have a lot of fun and I'm always looking forward to doing the next stream. Which, speaking of next streams, I gotta decide what to paint next on the stream. Like, basically I gotta decide what technique to cover next. There are so many things we could cover, from non-metallic metal to weird stuff. Like, I've been wanting to do a stream about see-through cloth or even glass. You know, basically all of those little things that when you're painting your miniature and you have a piece of that particular thing or technique that you are not familiar with or you have never tried, that you're trying to look for like source material or examples of, which has been happening a lot to me, and it's hard to find stuff about it. That's not looking too bad. That might be, I think that might be good. And that would just put just a little bit of red on that way. Yeah. Stained glass. You mean like actually staining the glass, or the stained glass effect on miniature painting? Well, the actual stained glass would be fun to learn for sure. I would have no idea where to start. Oh, on a mini. Huh. Do you have like an example in mind? Something you've seen or done? That I had not thought of stuff like that. You see, that's why you get on the stream and talk to people. That's where all the best ideas come from. That could be totally one for the future. I thought too, simple stuff like, you know, stone or wood. Specifically, like, I would like to, excuse me, I would like to try and do on the stream a couple of different ways to do a specific thing. Like, for example, some time ago, before I started the stream, I was experimenting with green skin, sorry, and I did 3 miniatures that you can see them on the Instagram. Basically, what I did is I painted 3 separate miniatures with green skin, and I used 3 different techniques. Like, one was the more natural looking kind of skin, the other one was more like fantasy with a lot of crazy colors in it, and the third one was a more like, it was weird. It had like reds in the darks, like it built up from red to green. So I kind of like that idea too, because many times when you're really, maybe a fun effect would be cool to learn, of course. Like, many times when you're maybe looking for how to do something, maybe you even find a tutorial or an image of it, but that might not necessarily be the kind of look that you're looking for. So I think it would be nice to, you know, try a bunch of different ways of doing the same thing. So I thought too, for things like, oh, for example, you know, the simple things like rocks and gems and stuff like that, we could get something like a rock golem, or maybe 2 rock golems, and just paint them with slightly different techniques and see how stuff looks. Same for stuff like wood, leather, that kind of stuff. I think I'm gonna do some things like that in the near future. And then always we got like so many skin tones left to explore. Like on stream we only did red and blue. One that I think is really, really interesting would be you know, the kind of like drow gray skin tone, because that you can basically, you know, you can do a greenish gray, a bluish gray, a yellowish gray, like an off-white kind of gray. I think that would be a lot of fun too. It's probably gonna do one of those. We could even do that on like the sexy drow from Artisan Guild. That would be fun. We've got what else have we got skin wise? I mean, we have the more human kind of skin tones, like light skin, dark skin. I did, again, on before streaming, I did experiment a little with kind of like light skin tone but different technique. One was what was it? I think one was the more like portrait style of like your classic skin tones, where you've got like the dark reds and browns in there and all that. Then another one had like a more simplified color scheme, and then again another one had like crazy colors in it, like a lot more like fairy tale kind of looking skin. Couldn't have done that on Twitch though, I think, because I used bare chest miniatures to just get a bit more skin in there. Let's see. Not sure what to do much like over here. I think we're just gonna like kind of fade out the color and do a few highlights on the logo down here, the piece of the chest piece. Not sure. I think we're just gonna put some red around here, and then some highlights in there. and we're gonna call it a day. Twitch doesn't want nudity, but yes, you can do the body paint. It's really funny how everybody brings up the body paint, because I think every one of us at least once has had one of those girls doing the body paint on the feed, where they're topless and but they have paint on, and that's okay. But you know, basically, if you're, you know, if it had been a guy, it might have been different, but girl's fine. It's art. I guess if there's paint on it, it's not nudity, but then if that's the case, well, there's paint on this too. So if I put paint on the breasts of a miniature drow, is it gonna be okay? That's body paint, right? Just put pasties on the yeah, like a few times I wanted to show a few of the stuff that I've painted, but I wasn't sure whether it was gonna be okay or not, so I just put some like sticky tack on them. I am planning to try and contact Twitch, see if they can give me like a 100% response on can I paint tabletop miniatures if they're naked, because there are quite a few models that I would love to paint, and not only like sexy ones, but even like I've seen some miniatures of like, you know, trolls that are portrayed in a more natural way, where they just like they're trolls. They don't bother putting loincloths on, and they're just naked with all the junk hanging out. I would love to paint that kind of stuff. So why not? So if that was a thing that Twitch allows to do, I would love to do some of that. It could even be like a special stream that we do, like the no clothing allowed special stream. Maybe like a donation goal every once in a while. I think that'd be fun. I think that would be fun. Maybe we'll be able to. So if I'm able to get someone from Twitch to like confirm 100%, like can you do it, can you not, I'll get back to you on that. I will get back to you on that. If not, maybe we can find another platform that is friendly to that kind of stuff. Maybe we can do like it would be so funny if, in order to be able, Twitch after dark, yes, I like that. How ridiculous would it be if, in order to be able to paint like a little, like a piece of plastic that is portraying like a naked miniature, you have to make like an OnlyFans account or something? That would be so stupid. Kind of funny, but silly. Okay. So I definitely want to get more light onto this side. Oh god. Yep. So we'll see how that goes with that. I'll definitely keep you posted in that regard. I think there's too much light on this side, and we'll just want to put just a tiny amount of blue. Oh no, that brush had indigo on it. That was not black. Oh no, wee woo, we got color into the palette. Okay, I want to be fair about this. Let's brush the indigo away. Okay, that should leave us with just black. No indigo. Okay. Yes. Let's get some of the black. Let's get it over here. Make sure it's black. Just a tiny amount over there. Okay. Just want to darken down this a bit. like especially over here. Okay. But yeah, that's another thing that could be fun. So why not? We would still be looking at, you know, painting techniques and all that, but maybe on some funny miniatures. You have to see it. I forgot. I saw it ages ago, but if you can find it, it's a big troll and it's naked, and it's the funniest thing ever. I love it. So it's gonna be like, you know, how's your luck tonight? Will I be painting a sexy succubus or naked troll? You're like, do you feel lucky? There you go. I mean, even naked trolls, like, they gotta be eye candy for someone. There you go. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean that nobody does. Okay, that is looking pretty good. I think we're gonna have to put a little bit more light onto especially the facial area here. But yeah, like a bit more over here. Yep, we're just gonna add a bit more, but what we're gonna do, we are also going to let this rest a bit because we have some indigo to check out, which this is going to be the last color that we test for our labels. For who wasn't here earlier, we are going to we want to add a little bit of information to our oil labels about which paints are more staining, and we've been doing a whole bunch of experiments and it's been a lot of fun. And so right now we're just glazing our colors just one by one over pieces of miniatures that we have, and seeing actually how each of them is staining, because when you're doing your glaze with the oils, you're always mixing them, and there are colors that I never used, so we've already been surprised about how colors like the Terra Rosa actually stained a bunch. So, and then could also do a paint night with a bunch of people streaming. That is also a thing that we could do, like a multi-stream or something like that. That sounds like a lot of fun too. So we put our Rembrandt on the front and our Holbein in the back. And these are both indigos, so let's see how this looks. It has been sitting there for quite a long time. We know already, because we use it so much, that it is a staining color, so there's no surprise there. But I am particularly curious to compare the two brands of indigo. The cool thing is that these miniatures are just gonna stay like this, so we can take them out when we need to get an idea of what the color does when you put it on the miniature. So this is the Rembrandt. I haven't used this one a whole bunch. Okay, so I used it once. I think it looked like a really cool blue to me. But I also left it on the, I left it on the palette. It stayed there a few days and it wouldn't dry. So that could be possibly a downside for some if it takes such a long time to dry. So then we have our Holbein indigo. So this is really interesting to see how the same exact color, or at least the color of the same name, works for two different brands. Actually, does it have the same? Yeah, okay, so this is really interesting. Rembrandt indigo. You see the little codes at the bottom of the label? Those are the pigments. And as you can see, they do not use the same pigments, even for the same kind of color. So that is another interesting thing. So it is not going to be the same color. I can't see a huge difference, I actually have to say. as we welcome in Blizzard Broly. Blizzard Broly, welcome in. Thank you for that follow. Welcome among the Brush Brigands. I hope everything is going okay with you. We are, at the moment, we are testing our 2 brands of indigo on a miniature, but in a minute we will get back to our Illithid and its light source. So, verdict, okay, it is staining. It is definitely very much staining. I cannot see the difference between these 2 colors. It seemed to me, from when I was putting them in, that the Rembrandt indigo had a bit more blue into it, but painting has been doing great. We have been doing so many experiments with this stream. We've been experimenting with painting over black primer. I primed this guy in black primer. Black primer. And we are putting this OSL on him. Oop, no, I didn't want to do that. Just building it up from black primer with oil paints, and it has been going pretty nice so far. I think we want a little bit more light into the facial area, and I just scratched my nose with black fingers, which is great. So Blizzard Broly, welcome in. Just gonna have a little bit of my Kahlua in your, and everybody else that has followed and joins today in your honor. So let's see. We haven't looked at it in a while. I mean, I've been looking at it this whole time, but you haven't been looking at it in a while. This is our these 3 pictures I took before priming him. That's kind of to see where the light is coming from. So I think what I want to do, looking at the picture in the middle here, I don't have enough red in the right part of the head, and then we still have to figure out a little bit of that highlight on the eyes. So we are going to do that. So Blizzard, I hope things are doing great with you. I think you are, I guess, first time you see the stream. Okay. Or at least I don't think you have been in the chat yet, but if you have just found it, welcome, welcome. As we add more red, so like so far it has been like a cadmium red party. So all right, let's see what happens if I take my cadmium red and I add a bit of that vermilion hue that has been watching us with imploring eyes, being like, let me in, let me have some of the fun. So that vermilion is very orange, and I think I'm really trying to go for a colder look on this guy. But just because we added a bit of vermilion, it doesn't necessarily mean that the miniature is gonna look orange now. So yeah, also Blizzard, we are painting for a monochrome challenge today. So we're painting with only the red color and paired with black and white. And we went for this object source lighting on this bust, and it has been a blast so far. And right now we're just trying to put a bit more light in. I really wanted to contrast with the dark parts, which I'm probably gonna either leave them black or just put a little bit of like a gray, what do you call, like backlighting or counter highlight one of those lights that come from the other side. Maybe we're just gonna do an edge highlight on that. But I also really like the idea of this guy sort of like coming out of the darkness. So if I didn't put anything here and then I take a picture of him with a black background, I should achieve that. So I might actually leave it as it is. We do not know yet as we keep on painting for now. Just looking at our reference painting reference images, and add color where it is needed. We have put some more like whiter highlights over here on the chain because that is metal. We have put some here on this medallion thing because we decided that it was going to be more reflective, as I was like forever undecided what are we going to do with that, what are we going to do. So when in doubt, just add more stuff. Yeah, so this is going to need a bit more red just over here. That tentacle is going to need a bit more red. It's actually going to need a bit more black on the other side because there is no light there. So let's actually get a brush that hasn't seen the touch of color yet. Let me see. I have a whole bunch of brushes that have other paint on them because we've been experimenting with all of the staining ones. So let's get this one. It is clean. Oh, I'm running out of thinner in my little plate there. So we're going to replenish that in a minute. And actually we're going to do that now because I need it. And okay, putting this in. There you go. Let me see, where is that? There it is. So it's been a lot of fun today, just figuring out things and hopefully getting more. I feel like we've been getting more data on these oils, this painting painting method that has been around for hundreds of years, but it is so new for many of us that have started exploring them lately. So in one of the past streams we actually we showed people the difference between how oils work on a miniature that has been primed with a Vallejo primer, which, you know, it's been kind of like decided or, you know, confirmed that Vallejo primer sadly is not the greatest for oil painting. Not their fault, that's not what they're made for. And the Stynylrez or Migamo primer are actually a lot better because they tend to soak the paint a lot more, which makes it possible for the paint to stick and make a nice pre-glaze, which is what we want when we're painting in oils. So a lot of people have been asking and talking about that, and thank you Boa Shock for that follow. Thank you so much. I hope you are doing great. So we actually did that. We gave that a try and we painted some pre-glaze on these two miniatures that were primed with this one was with Vallejo and this one was with Stynylrez, and we saw how that worked, where the Vallejo was a lot, you could see the primer a lot more underneath and it was actually a lot more shiny, where for the good primer the paint stained more and it was not shiny at all. So I think that helped a lot. It helped people understand why a lot of people that paint with oils actually, you know, they recommend that primer. And it was good too, because like I was using Vallejo in the beginning and, you know, I switched to the one-shot primer, and it was great, but it was actually really cool to see them side by side, to actually see the comparison. And I hadn't realized actually how shiny Vallejo made my miniatures look, which is not the best thing you want in a miniature necessarily. So that has been a great learning experience. There we go. So Boa Shock 2, I hope you're having a great day, a great either Friday or what is it, Thursday? It's Friday here, so you know, getting confused sometimes, but actually, and we are painting in oils. If you just came in, ooh, there you go. Might put maybe a little bit of a highlight on there, but for now I think we're good with that. I was just putting some darks back in because that's a really good lesson that I learned lately. Like, you know, you always want to get a good like the difference between the darks and the lights, and you want to get a good contrast. But sometimes you'll be like, there you're adding highlights and putting more white into that, or bright colors, and you're like, it won't work, it won't get brighter. But until some time ago, I hadn't really thought about, well, what if my miniature doesn't need more highlights, it needs more darks? And after that realization hit, it was like, oh, that might be a thing. Actually, I might need more darks. So I had put a little too much red on this side because there should be barely any light falling onto it, and maybe we can redden up this piece a bit, because, like, you know, going from here I can actually see I can see this tentacle, I cannot see this one, I can barely see the third one here. So maybe we could put a little bit more red like there in the middle, but I had too much red all over the place. So that's always a good thing. Wow, the way that these paints blend though, it's like I'm not done with this, but like it already looks pretty good. It's like I feel bad. It's like I don't even feel like it's me doing it. Like it's the paints. The paints are just crazy. So from here I can see, yeah, I can see the cloth there, so I can leave that there. So there you go. As we get through another winter day, hoping that the spring comes quickly. We had our kind of like spring themed miniatures in the past streams, because we were painting 2 onis, and the oni here in Japan are actually, they do come out a lot when February comes. We're almost there, because they have a tradition here where on the 2nd or 3rd of February, people dress up in these oni costumes, and you're supposed to throw, yes, hey, Paolo Durremelo, I think that's how you pronounce that. But welcome in, and thank you for that follow. Gauron appreciates always. So yeah, you're basically supposed to, there are these people in oni masks, and you're supposed to throw soybeans at them, and that's kind of supposed to, like, you're supposed to yell, the onis are out, the fortune is in, to kind of like welcome in the new year and the spring and get rid of all the bad luck of the past year. So we've been doing that. They do that a lot at like temples and shrines and stuff, and sometimes even in the streets. You know, it's good for kids. They give kids candy, and they have a few more things they do. They have this sushi thing that's called like you can only get it in this period, and I think it literally the name translates to the lucky direction maki, which is like the name of the type of sushi, which is like the roll. So you get this like huge sushi roll, like it looks like a pipe. It's huge and super thick, and it's filled with all kinds of filling, like, you know, of course, fish, eggs, and I think a lot of the ingredients are kind of like those have those propitiatory kind of meanings to them. Like they're all supposed to be stuff that brings fortune. And the lucky direction part comes from the fact that you have to eat it while facing a specific direction, like cardinal direction point, that is that year's lucky direction, which they tell you. I don't know how they determine that. There has to be a way, a person, a Tanaka-san responsible for figuring it out or something. But that's basically how it goes. You got these big sushi rolls, and you gotta eat them facing that year's lucky direction, which I'm not sure which one this year is. We are going to get that this year, actually, because I need to do that for a work thing. So that's gonna be fun. I don't think I've ever done it actually before. So I think we want to get, what do we want to get? Let's try just the cadmium for a bit, but let's do this. Let's add some of our vermilion and then a bit of white. So hopefully what the vermilion is gonna do is gonna make sure that the white doesn't make the cadmium red too pink, and because we need a little bit more red onto here. So yeah, that's a slice of Japanese tradition for you. That's some fun stuff. I love that kind of stuff, not only about Japan, but like, you know, local traditions. We were talking about the Krampus before, and the little like towns that will have a special tradition or festivity or whatever. I think I just heard an owl. I think. Also, another cute thing, I was working on like making a highlight out of one of my streams, and I've noticed that, as you should just have heard, you can hear the train when it passes here in the background, which I hope it's not distracting, or I mean, it shouldn't be too loud, but that's kind of cool, because I live near a train track, and sometimes the house actually gets like shaken by it because we live in a wooden house. I think, I don't know, like I'm near a window and I just heard something like woo woo, so it sounded like an owl. We got owls. Like a few years ago, I was living in an apartment in a completely different place, and we had a grumpy owl. It was so funny. It would like, you would hear him every once in a while. He would just go like woo woo or whatever. But I remember one time it got angry because people made noise at night. I think it was night, and someone went and I think like they threw their garbage, and you know, they when the lid went back down, it made noise or something like that. And so we heard like this big like thunk, like, you know, rawr, of the of this lid making noise, and then like a few seconds after there was like a very pissed off like ooh, like shut up. it was really funny. We laughed for like a half hour. So Grumpy Owl, he's a thing. Not to talk about the crows here in Japan, especially near the big city. They are, I love them, but they're quite terrifying because they are huge. And I mean huge. Those beaks, I think they can just like, they can take several of your eyes in just one beak swipe. It's quite impressive, and those that they caw pretty hard too. So we are just going to keep adding a bit more background reds here. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think this guy in here, because the light is coming from about here, right? I'm kind of looking. So I think this guy should be a bit more red into here. Okay. Would you ever try painting a miniature in monochrome like this? I thought about this. I think it could be a good exercise to kind of like get creative, and it's always fun to give yourself some limitations and see what you can do with that. And this exercise kind of reminded me of, I do a bit of photography as well, and one of the exercises that sometimes you see popping up in like articles or whatever is the analog camera thing. So basically what you do is you either get yourself one of those film cameras, or just pretend you have one. But basically you give yourself like something like 24 shots eventually, once I get better. Oh, well, that could be one way of getting there. It's a fun exercise. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And so, yeah, so you have like 24 shots or 12 shots or whatever, and you do, I don't know, you do an outing or whatever, you do a little photo project, but your shots are limited. And, nowadays with digital cameras, you can just take as many pictures as you want. But doing that little bit of an exercise to just make you think more, like maybe prioritize when you have unlimited shots in your camera, and that could apply to, having unlimited colors on your palette virtually. You don't really worry about certain things, but having a limited palette maybe can make you start thinking in a different way. Like for this thing, we are concentrating a lot more on where we put the highlights, and there is not going to be a lot of color contrast. Like when you put, for example, if I wanted the red to pop out, I might choose to put up a bunch of blue next to it. Like you've probably seen a lot of those miniatures that they have like the reddish OSL object source lighting on one side, and then they have a blue one on the other side, and that like makes it really pop out. But I don't have that, so I'd be like, okay, what else can I do to make this miniature kind of pop out? And that will maybe make me pay more attention to, even with just reds, how different are these colors? How, like, for example, I have a little bit of the magenta in here, and I can already see, maybe you can't see it much in the camera, but I can really see how that more pinkish color is so different than the more orange red. So that could like initiate you a bit into color contrast. I think it can be a fun project. So, and actually, like if you have some time and want to try to join the challenge, let me know, and I can show you the link to the one that I was joining, that I joined, that it ends this month, so you actually would still have time. And the cool thing about that one is that you join and then they give you a color. So they assign a color to you. So you get that little bit of that, you know, unknown. It's kind of like one of those assignments. So that's another thing that can help you get out of your comfort zone. A recent project was this Manticore, painted as a galaxy-themed monster for Theros. Let's see. Ooh, I might be able to click it. I'm usually... ooh. Oh, wow. That looks like a big boy. That looks like a very big boy. Oh, I love the galaxy thing. Wow. That is really cool. Leaning back. That is really cool, Hero Dragon. Oh, I've seen a bunch of those like galaxy things there. That's a great idea. Oh, you did a really good job with that. It's looking great. So was that was that sort of like an assignment thing? Or did you come up with doing it like galaxy style? Hey, thanks for sharing that. Okay, let's see. I want to put a bit more of that sweet cadmium into this. Not so sweet, actually. You don't want too much cadmium in your life, in your body at least. In your life, yes, definitely. I want all the cadmium, but maybe not inside my body or on my skin. Which makes me remember, I actually do have the silly looking thingies that I can put on my finger, or maybe not. Where are they gone? Oh, they ran away somewhere. Well, I have one from the other day. Let me put that on. Our LGS has been trying to do the paint nights, and it was Manticore themed. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's a great project when you do something, but you go like with a different take on a popular thing. Definitely too, those monsters, maybe they can be a little, you know, repetitive, the kind of color that that you can go with those. I have this huge Tarrasque that at some point I'm going to paint, and I've been thinking about what kind of colors to do, because, you know, big miniature and all that. I want to do something cool looking, maybe something a bit different. So we'll definitely be looking for something more original when I get around to painting that. Okay, so let me see where we are at here. It is getting redder and redder. I still think we need some more highlights, especially because we do want the skin to look a little more shiny. So you know what? What we are gonna do is we're gonna take some of this white. Let's not be afraid to make it look pink. We can always even do a glaze, we can take it off. But I want to try and put a few like points of like reflection on this thing and see how that looks. So we're going to do that. I might actually need an even smaller brush for this, but let's just start going for now. So just looking at my thing there, I think this could be like here in the middle. So it's really fun to join those kind of like collective projects, isn't it? sometimes like I like going from like deciding what I'm painting, like going back and forth from that, and like having it decided for me under the form of either like assignments or projects, like not projects, I mean challenges, contests. The Oni actually are made for a contest too. That was a bit of a cheat because those ones I decided to do first, and then I saw a contest that was like perfect for them. So they kind of like fit, but usually if I decide to participate in a contest, I'm going to paint something like for it that I hadn't thought about it. So well, that's looking pretty nice. Just need more highlights. There you go. Oh, we are having an earthquake live on stream. So can you see it shake a little bit? Maybe the palette cam? Yeah, like that. I think the duck is shaking. That is still going. Oh well, welcome to Japan. Yeah, I think now, oh, we're almost done. Nope, still going. Come on, I need to paint. Yep. Oh yeah, that's after a bunch of years being here, it's kind of normal, but you always stop for a little bit and be like, okay, are we good? Okay, we're good. The worst is the ones that wake you up in the middle of the night, and you know, by now, if they're small, they don't really wake me up. But sometimes you have those ones that are a little, like, not necessarily big, but maybe they'll do like one good shake that actually, like, it's like a little violin, be like brum brum. And being in the kind of house that we're in, everything kind of like makes noise. Like you'll have stuff that actually shifts and makes a big noise. So if it's like 5 in the morning and you're asleep, it's not the best thing to wake up to. So, and then you're like, oh, it's just a stupid earthquake. But there have been a few times where I've been woken up by an earthquake and be like, yep. Well, if I have to go through an earthquake and I could choose what country I would like to be in, I'd probably choose Japan. They seem to have their earthquake-proof like architecture down pretty well here, so I would probably choose Japan. I remember some years ago when I was working in a Japanese company, we had one of those days where we were kind of doing the, you know, the training, evacuation thing, drill. So we did the whole drill thing, and it was like it was a really big building, so it was actually really interesting to see how organized the whole thing was and how much responsibility they actually put on people, because in every group, including ours, we had like a person responsible to guide us through where we had to go. So like they're putting like a lot of trust in their workers. But after that, I remember we watched a kind of like a little PowerPoint or a video presentation about how that building was built. It was like a huge building, like not a skyscraper. It was one of those, I think it had 12 floors. It was very large, big concrete and glass building. But you know, they had us watch this video that explained how what like earthquake proof measures the building had, and that's where I learned that that thing was built on top of these basically the whole building was sitting on top of these like springs that that allowed the building to kind of like bend and rock with the earthquake, as opposed to just staying still. So from what I understood, that's kind of like how they get those big buildings not to fall. They'll actually, if you're on one of those tall buildings, you'll feel the earthquake more, because that's what they do. They'll like just keep moving with it so they don't get broken. But are like, oh, we're sitting on top of springs. And I also learned that there was also a tsunami measure. Something like there was the area around like the base of the building could become sort of like a moat thing, where like there was basically a collection, a water collection, huge tank all around the building. So if there was a tsunami or a flood or something, the water could be collected there and it'd be a lot less floody. But that was really interesting. And all that because we just had an earthquake live on stream. You see those videos sometimes of someone like on stream, maybe they were playing a video game, and like I think I saw one once. It was like maybe like a guy that sounded Spanish, or another time someone probably in the US somewhere. Sometimes they're in a place that, you know, earthquakes are not really normal, so they'd be like, oh no, earthquake, oh my god, and then they'd like hide under the table. I mean, I used to be from a place where earthquakes are not a thing, and like I'd be like, earthquake was like big thing. You'd feel like the smallest shake, and you'd be like, oh my god, wow, that was an earthquake. That's like come from a small town like that. You talk about that for the next 3 weeks. Where now it's like, yeah, did you feel the earthquake last night? Oh no, I was sleeping. Oh, okay. No big deal. It's pretty funny. We're getting somewhere with this. Having those highlights in there. I think one thing we can do, we could try to put a little bit like maybe like over here where I just put them, you know, we just like leave it at that. Like I just wanted to show you, but I think that's actually exactly what I wanted to do. So let's see, that where I live we get earthquake every few years. Oh really? Is it kind of like a an appointment? Here you're supposed to, so there's supposed to be a big one every something like, I don't know, 70 years I think they say, but we haven't had a big one since that one, what was it, 2011 was it, Fukushima? I've asked a few of my friends, I wasn't here back then, but I asked, like I have a friend that has a bar and stuff like that, and I've asked people like, where were you, like how did you, like this friend I have that has the bar, he's got like the tiny little bar that everything looks like really flimsy, in a very, very old building. So I asked him like, what did you do, what happened? And he's like, oh, a few bottles like fell down, but we were actually pretty fine. So that was surprising. It's funny because sometimes you see things that they sell here that I wouldn't have thought they were a thing, but they are. Like I got a little shelf for my kitchen to keep, you know, like a little spice rack thing, a shelf. I actually just got a bookshelf and I made it into a spice rack. So it came with these weird things that I like, almost like attachments that you attach to the back, and then it attaches to the wall, and I wasn't sure what that was supposed to be until it hit me that those were the things you put so it doesn't, like when there's an earthquake, it doesn't fall off. and it stays in place. So that was interesting. So I'm actually kind of like stippling on a bit of this like white pink sort of thing, and we're trying to get some highlights going that way. And I have just seen another place where I think I'm gonna put a few highlights. There we go. So this one here, there's a few like wrinkles, I guess, kind of like where the skin gets pulled. We can put, yeah, I think that's gonna look good. If we don't, we just take it off and try again. There you go. I need to put some more, I think, black into like between the eyeball and the eyelid, because sometimes you get your lighter colors where they're not really supposed to go. So we kind of have to go back, reconsider, redo. There you go. A bit more of that. Would I try painting inverted colors, like when you like hit invert colors on a picture and it, sure, why not? That sounds like fun. I'm trying to think what kind of miniature it would be fun to do it with. Maybe like a oh yeah, maybe something where you paint, you know, both versions. There's a version of, or a piece of the miniature that's like the normal colors and the, oh, maybe a spell effect. Maybe some sort of like magic effect that in order to show that that's a magic effect due to the inverted colors. That could be cool. That could be really cool. That's interesting. Did you just think about that, or was just was that something you were pondering upon for a long time? That could be some fun thing to try. Could be like the unusual painting technique thing. Oh, that's starting to look a little bit more highlighty. Thought about it before. Would be cool to try. Yes. Yeah, I feel like you either have to learn exactly what the inverted color is for something, or you have to go with a pretty strong visual reference there. Sounds like a fun challenge. Really, that would be a lot of fun to, you know, try and find a miniature that where that could work for any reason. So actually, I think these ridges need a little bit of that highlighty thing. Yeah, that sounds fun. That would actually, you know, if you want to learn more about colors and what their inverted version is, that's a great thing to do. Just like paint a whole miniature with inverted colors. It's really cool. Really cool idea. So I wonder, we could do like a spell effect thing where they get inverted colors. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's nice. And it's probably going to catch the light a little bit just on this ridge and this ridge. Maybe the third one. Maybe just a tad. Just a teensy amount of light. There you go. I'm liking this red thing. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good for just being a red. So far we have used a bit of everything, which is good. I mean, I took out all the red colors I had, but it's not that I had to use them at any cost. Okay, I'll put a little bit more here. And like maybe, not sure what I want to do about this thing, but maybe it shouldn't have like too much stuff on it. So is there anybody that's an expert about multi-streaming and stuff like that? Or so like if we wanted to do a sort of like a group painting thing, right? Would multi-streaming be the thing? Or would it be better to do something like the host of the stream streams and you kind of you stream to that person's you know, stream, like you send basically your videos to me and I stream them from my end, all on my stream, for example. So that way people that don't have a stream can participate. Like if we were to do some sort of like paint along, paint together kind of thing. If you have like technical knowledge about that kind of stuff or have seen it done before, that I'd be curious, because I'm not a super expert. I am going to do a multi-stream pretty soon with Avocado Kids, because he has invited me to do one some time ago and I have happily accepted, because that sounds like a lot of fun. Let's see, maybe multiple streams, each person doing one. Yeah, I thought so. I just thought, you know, it'd be nice to be able to let everybody participate, even people that don't necessarily have a stream. Just that might be. Maybe a bit of both. I don't know. I don't even know, like, I'm not sure about the whole, like, having other people on your stream kind of thing. Because, like, you know, when you have, for example, like, a YouTube channel that you really like, with a guy that you really like, and they do that episode where they have a guest. Now, it's up to preference, but usually, most of the time, I'm gonna skip that video because I'd be like, well, I come here because I want to see you. I don't want to see your guest. So there's that too. But it might be a bit different for the painting thing. It's true too that sometimes when I go on a stream, sometimes maybe the person that's streaming they'll be on Discord with someone, and I feel like maybe when something like that is going on, like the person streaming is already talking to someone, I'm afraid you might feel that they're less inclined in, you know, interacting with the chat. But it is all down to personal preference, isn't it? It's cool when you finally do your own stream. You get to just put what you like about the other streams into your own. Just personalize it. Oh yeah, put that cadmium red in. But yeah, eventually in the future we might think about doing a bit more of that. Some maybe paint along kind of thing. Okay, I think I might have put a little bit too many highlights on the chain. Like, it goes a little too far. I think I know what I want to do. I think I want to get my black back in, darken it back down, and then we'll go from there. I can see that, but also I could boost the other view. The guest could be smaller and the main guy is boosting them. Yeah, definitely. In that case, then I guess the multi-stream could be the good thing to do, right? Because you have both channels, and then you can see them together. You can watch just your guy, or you can watch the other guy, and it's great. Like, it's been really cool. I've been watching a few multi-streams, and those are fun because you still get your person to do their normal stream, but they're also maybe, like you say, showcasing another person that has that is more new, or that has less viewer, or maybe they're just, you know, that's just a way to find about someone that you didn't know about. So definitely that could be really cool. Okay, let me put a bit of darks back into that eye, so then maybe we can decide about some highlights, because I really think I am itching to put more highlights in there, in the eye. So I'm trying to understand what kind of highlights we can put on that eye. So let's see what we can do. But first, I think we need a bit of separation between the eyeball and the eyelid. And then after that, we're just gonna leave it for a bit. And then we're going to go back in, maybe add some reds to the eye. There you go. There you go. That looks better. Let's see, does the other one need a bit more dark? Well, we're gonna give it to it. Yeah, it does. It does a little bit. When we did that initial coloring there, it's yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, got a little bit darker, so then the contrast is going to be higher. Okay. Just, there you go. So let's leave that there for a bit, because if I go on it right now, let me just suck a little bit of that color out, because if you put too much, it tends to become pretty shiny. There you go. So I think I know what I want to try to do, maybe. So we are going for the gray eyes, right? So what if we just add some white to the colors that are already down there, and see how that looks? That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan that's gonna happen as soon as that color has rested for a bit. You need to let your color rest. You need to let your color rest. Yes, okay. Oh wow, it's already 11 p.m. Oh, we haven't even been going for 4 hours though, or for 5 actually. It's almost been 5 hours. I'm trying to see how things are with times too, since for the time being I can't really get a solid schedule going because of work and all that. So I'm trying to see how, you know, different streaming times are. It does look like it gets a little quieter after a certain time, but you know, it's 8 a.m. there. Yeah, I guess there's not too many people that watch streams on 8 a.m. on a Friday. With the whole being in Japan thing, you get some weird times in, but maybe I could try streaming in my morning, because right now it's yeah, it's 11 p.m. here. We'll see. We will see. It's interesting that you have something on your thumb while you paint. Oh, this thing I found, I know it looks super silly, but I found it in the local dollar store, and it's one of those things I think you used to, like, you know, for the pages. But it's really cool because, like, you know, when you're painting with oils, I'm always doing like this thing, the finger palette thing, to check how much paint is on my thumb. Oh, excuse me while I get some water. But you know, especially after getting the cadmium red that is named after actual cadmium that is inside it, I thought, well, you know, maybe I don't necessarily want all that cadmium on my finger, and that titanium that's in the titanium white as well. So when I found that, I'm like, that sounds pretty cool. That looks like a plan. That looks like I can keep using the thumb palette without getting like too much paint on me. Then, you know, I got paint on my fingers, like from using the makeup sponges and all that. But at least, like, sometimes I really put a lot of paint on my thumb when, especially when I'm doing some highlights and you gotta test that there's not too much paint on your brush. That's been really good, and it looks really funny. So that's I feel like that's an added bonus. Okay. I feel like it might be a little early to go back on that eye, but it is looking pretty sweet. I love how there's like barely any color on here. And I'm still debating whether I want some backlights in gray or if I want to leave it completely dark. Like, one instinct tells me, like, you know, if you leave it completely dark, like, it's like you didn't work on it. But this is a special project, and I did like the idea of it coming out of the darkness. So what if this area that I could have been painting was completely in the dark, like there's literally no light in it? Well, I think we're just gonna continue on this for now, and let's see how we feel about it. Maybe even tomorrow. I think we might actually be able to finish it between today and tomorrow, which is a very happy thought. There we go. Okay. Hey. Okay, let me see here. We've got a bit of this. I wonder how many other people are also streaming actually right now. If there are a lot of other people online, let's see. There were a whole bunch when I logged in before going online. Oh yeah, there's actually, oh yeah, oh wow, Avocado Kids is still online. That's actually a crazy amount of people that are painting right now, so I guess it's not that bad of a time for everybody. Oh, that's interesting. So let's keep going with our highlights here. I think the key is around this whole area. I think we really need to show how much the light is shining there. So the question is, do we add a little bit of warm light? Do we? Let's try and see what happens. Or do we add magenta? Magenta might be a little pink. Let me see. I really, that vermilion, it's really a weird color. What if I add some magenta? What does that do? Yeah, it does make it very pink. What to do? Yeah, okay, I'll try the vermilion. I'll try just straight up vermilion. It's only like semi opaque, so it's not like super, yeah, it doesn't do much by itself, but maybe vermilion with the cadmium red and with some white in it like we were doing before. Usually a night owl. Since COVID, I can stop when I can't shop when I used to at 3 a.m. Oh no. Yeah, it's nice to shop at night sometimes. Like we'll do the convenience store run sometimes. There's no people. I used to, when I had a car, I always used to refill the tank at night at the self-service stations, the gas, because it's like I don't want to deal with anybody. I just want to do it by myself. If I mess up, I don't want anybody to be there and laugh at me, because everybody knows each other in my town. So it's like I don't want any people to stare at me while I'm trying to figure out the thing. So definitely, well, I'm sorry, Hero Dragon, that your kind of like night schedule has been thwarted by this whole thing. I hope that you can go back to what you were doing soon. I think we all hope that. Okay. So let's try a bit more of this vermilion and let's see where we're going with this. Let's let a little bit of that white to come in. So this is interesting because normally when I'm painting in red, like for example, this red skin that we've been painting, actually if you put them together you can really see how I've used it's a little bright, but like I've used a lot of yellow in the skin, and it's a pretty overall warm tone, where here there's no yellow to use because we can't use yellow, only reds. So that has been really interesting, and the warmest tone we have is the vermilion, which we haven't used too much of yet because I'm not sure whether I want to use it or not. And by itself, I'm trying. It doesn't seem to be having a huge impact on where it's touching. So yeah, we might. I want to try to put a bit more on, or mix it with a little bit more white. There you go. So, hey, I think maybe we needed a little bit of that. You know what else we need a little bit of? Our Kahlua. In my, this is actually a sake glass that I got from a sake like event that I went to for work, of course, not for fun, for work, of course. So as we continue, let's see. Well, this guy might need like we are working a lot on the same patches of skin, and this is cool too. This is a cool thing to see, like, you know, how you've been progressing, because I kind of feel like if it had been some time ago, I would be starting to strip the paint already. Like I would be in danger of stripping some paint there. And I think it's neat to see how, like, after a few months of painting with the oils, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable in just going over it, even if you can acknowledge that it's like, okay, I don't have too many strokes left to go before it starts looking pretty rough there, but I know what I'm doing a little better than, you know, 3 months ago. So that has been one of the best things in this journey, like how quickly you learn without even realizing that you just, at some point you realize, oh wow, that did used to be a problem, and at some point it just wasn't a problem anymore. It's been really cool. And I've had that with acrylics too, of course. Just maybe it took a little bit longer to figure things out. I remember the first time that the whole like layering thing clicked and I was able to get a decent looking skin tone. I was like, what? Finally, I did it. I'm the boss. It's great. So as we go over those highlights once again, oh, it just reminded me that I wanted to, let me actually get my, yeah, so the little hook here, the little hood, I wanted to put a little bit of a highlight on there too, because I think it's catching with the fact that we're saying that his skin is a little bit reflective, because he's like a freaking, I don't know, he's got that like Davy Jones octopusy kind of, you know, reflective thing going on, which actually made me think that maybe this part should be slightly reflective too. So that's what we're doing. We're putting a little bit of red onto just this part. Yes. There you go. And then we're going to very gently blend it. Where did my blending brush go? There it is. And I have been really happy that I've been using just like dollar store brushes, and like I think the most expensive brush I'm using is like 400 yen, which is like about $4. So that has been a great thing to know that you can use pretty cheap stuff and it really won't matter. It's definitely a happy thought for the pockets, for the wallet, so we can spend all of our money on paints. So let me see. So I got some just straight white, and I'm thinking, what's gonna happen if I try a bit of that on the eye? So because it's still gonna mix. Yeah. Still going to mix with what's underneath it, so it's still going to look reddish slash, you know, pink. But I also wanted to have that like the eye is gray underneath, even if it's picking up light. And yeah, so using the white is going to allow me to make this eye a little bit less red because it's catching less of that light. So I think we're on to something here. I think we are on to something as we keep going and blend this a little bit. Can we use this? Oops, that shook the camera a little bit. Hopefully that was okay. Yes, so we're using this brush to blend our colors a little bit, and we're gonna leave this for a few minutes, and then we're going to try and see what kind of highlights we can put on this eye, because it's been here for a while, and I really want to put that highlight in so we can see how it looks. Yes, so I think what we want to do, first thing, I think let's try to put just a little bit more white in there, kind of like that, to see how that looks. And let's leave it there, and then maybe we'll mix it a bit. So yeah, we could give him like almost like the glowy kind of eyes, but I think I want to go more for yeah, for like a highlight. So we're going to look at that, and in the meantime, let's keep adding some reds, just building that color. Bit over here, and that cadmium red is just amazing. How strong it is. How strong of a color it is. Good old cadmium red. I've been really looking forward to getting a cadmium yellow as well, because I don't have any yellows that actually cover much. Because the yellow I have, I think it's actually what is it? It's semi-transparent, but really doesn't do much. I mean, for if you compare with like yellows from, you know, acrylics, it's pretty strong, but I would like something a bit more opaque. We're going to hopefully get out to my favorite shop and get ourselves a cadmium yellow. They don't come super cheap, but that shop that I go to, the oils are always 30% off, which is perfect. It's actually good that it's not like too close to where I live, because that would be a little, even with the discount, would be a little detrimental to my savings. Hero Dragon, it's snowing there? Holy crap. I hope it's not snowing here. Oh, I hope you don't need to go places tomorrow or now. And I hope you're good. I mean, at least it's pretty. It's been snowing a lot in my hometown too. There you go. Let's get a bit of this into the cadmium. Hey, as we keep going. Just keep going. And let's see. Does it normally snow there? Is it a thing? Or is it like when it snows people freak out? That's I remember I live in a place where snow is pretty normal, so it's the downside of that is that I have never in like what 13 years of school that I went to, never had a day where we had the day off because it was snowing. Because in a mountain town, you're always ready for snow. As soon as he starts, we have all the machinery and all the stuff to just, you know, get it to take care of that, to get it off the street and all of that. So I would hear like other people from other towns would be like, oh, the kids are at home. It's a thing, but only in the winter. I hope so. People here don't know how to drive in snow. Ooh, that yeah, that'll do that. It's so yeah, so I never had a day off because of the snow, because it was like, well, it's snowing, it's fine. Even if it snowed in the night, I would wake up and the truck, the one that like gets the snow out of the street, was already up and going, already piling snow. And then followed by the one that throws the salt. It's like, sorry, you gotta go to school. You're like, ah. That's that's a downside of living in a place that knows what to do with snow. But there you go. Maybe, yeah, just a little bit here. Yeah, it's been having a lot of fun to build up these colors, and yeah, it has been very interesting to work with the monochromes. You definitely, it's almost like painting in black and white at this point, because it's just only like black and red. And like I feel like you're looking at different stuff. Like I'm not really worrying about, well, what color is this, you know, this piece of cloth here? What color is the chain or the armor there? I'm more worried about like, what texture is it? How does it reflect the light? Which is a really cool exercise for the mind, I think. For those brains that need more exercise. Someone on the highway, people would be doing 90. Oh God, oof, you don't do that. Do not do that. That's funny, like in my hometown in North Italy, we have, there's like the running joke that, so we get a lot of tourists from the nearby regions. One of those is like, you know, where Venice is, basically like north of Venice. Like, so we got a lot of people that come from sea cities, so they cannot drive in the mountains, especially people from like Venice, where there's like, you know, water everywhere. Even like their cars are boats, so it'd be like summer and these poor people are trying to drive up a mountain road, and they're not able to change gear the right way, and they get stuck all the time. And it's like, oh, these tourists, these Venetians that can only ride a boat. You know, lovingly, but it was like they cannot drive to save their life. So just want to get a bit more red down here. Can I get that just a little bit of distinction, I guess. And then I'm not touching this part like too much right now, because it does have a lot of paint on it. We do not want it to overload with paint. But I think we've done these little like stipples on the nose, I guess, on the trunk. I don't know what the technical term is for that, but it's literally just a little bit of stipple with the brush, and even up here, but it does the job. It does do the job, so we do like that. So now I'm looking at the eyes. I'm looking at those eyes, and I'm trying to decide, first thing, do the eyes need to be a little lighter? So what we can do, we can look at our image here. Let me see. Especially like, well, this guy a little bit too. Like, I want to see when you have eyes like these gray eyes, are they a lot brighter than the rest of the skin that's around them? And not really, actually. Not really. So I think the eyes might be good that way, but then we need to get a bit of a highlight going on. So how about we try and do that? How about we try and do that with our tiny brush that I am going to locate in just a minute. There it is. Yep, but before that, let's make sure that everything is nice and yes. smooth, because we are the brush brigands. We are going to steal all the smoothness. Just not some of it, all of it. All right, there you go. And I'm liking this bust. I have to say, this bust is looking pretty nice. And I can see why people have so much fun painting busts, because it does, like, compared to a small miniature, it is like a lot easier, I could say, to paint, because the details are a lot bigger. Like, I have painted miniatures whose face is as big as this guy's eyeball, so you know, if you're not a fan of squinting, busts might be the thing you want to do. It might even be, I think James Pellius is always talking about, you know, people starting with oils and the importance of choosing the right miniature. And a bust might be a good one to start with. So you don't have to worry too much about small minis, because again, one of the things that people, including me, when you begin seem to struggle with is how much paint you put on the brush. And I remember that the first, like, you know, human size miniatures, I mean the small, like 25mm base miniatures in oils, I remember thinking, oh god, I don't know if I can do this. This is a little hard. Like, it's chunking all over the place. I remember thinking, like, I don't know. And then you just start figuring it out, and you start getting it. It starts clicking. Okay, this I need less paint. Okay, I need less paint than that. And I remember, actually, I'm like, it's coming all back now. In the beginning, it would always be like, I'd paint a miniature, and I'd be like, okay, I need less paint than that, just less paint. And then I'd paint another miniature and be like, that was less paint, but I need even less than that. And then it would keep going, and I would keep adding less paint. No, not yet, just even less. So it really just add less paint on the brush, a lot less, whatever amount you're thinking, less than that. It really is true. And even now I find myself being like, okay, no, that didn't work, that was a little too much paint. But it is easy to fix. Like the one that I just put on that tiny area there. When you do that, sometimes just going over it with a blending brush and kind of like spreading it out does the trick. Or if you do like a major like mistake, or you put a blob of paint where it's not supposed to be, you just get your makeup sponge. So that said, light is coming from here. I think we can try. Let's try to get some of this white and just put it. Let's clean this brush. Let's just put some highlights in, and let's just keep doing that until it looks good. I have never done eyes with no not eyelid, what is it called? Iris? With no pupil? I've done eyes with no pupil, but they were like glowing eyes, so I didn't really need to do a highlight. So let's try here. Oh, need a little bit more, perhaps, like that. Like, let's try here. Like, how's that? And do we want like one highlight or more than one? It's like, I kind of like the idea of two, actually. Maybe we can put another one like down here. Ooh, that could be cool. Like, how about that? How good can you see that? I think you can see that a little bit. That could be a thing. What happens if we put it the same one? So that would be about over here. There, and then I don't know if this one would have two though, because it's so like partially. Maybe I'd put the other one like over there. Huh, that could actually work. How's that looking? How is that looking to you? Oh, thank you, the Hero Dragon. Thanks for hanging out and posting all those messages. That has been great to have you in the chat. Oh, gotta run to that store. Oh no, the milk. Oh no, the bread. Oh no, essentials. Ooh, toilet paper. Yeah, just you go get all that. And we will be going on with this guy and possibly continuing tomorrow. But hey, thank you for always hanging out. Very appreciated and lots of fun. And thanks for the ideas too. We're going to think about all that. So go get your stuff. Okay, so I think I might be getting somewhere with these eyes. So we're just going to keep that there for now. Come back onto it later in a bit. The other thing I wanted to do is still with a bit of that, I want like a less, okay, I want some of this black back into there because, yes, I want a bit more separation of the highlights and shadows. There you go. So then we can go in with perhaps some of this like brighter red and have a bit of a highlight on that. It's not an eyelash, that's a eyelid. That's what that is. I knew that from the start. There you go. Hey, so let's do a bit more of that. Actually, I want to be a bit more white in there. There you go. And there you go. Hey. Okay. Okay. So maybe tomorrow I'll actually look into doing that thing we talked about and having some music in the stream so we can compare and see what we like best. Just doing some more experimenting with the stream and what feels good, what doesn't feel good. We can hopefully have some feedback for that. And as we go on, and let me see, I think I want this to be a bit highlighted. It's really cool. We're already going through with the with our smaller highlights. Definitely the monochrome has been a quicker job, but you know, that's not an obvious thing, because if I had to do this with the acrylics, I mean, that would have taken me ages to build up the colors. At least I think so. Like, you can get some pretty smooth blends with acrylics, but it does require a lot of time. It does require so much time. Okay, so well, it is looking like we're getting somewhere, isn't it? We've got our like more highlights over here because that is a metal thing. I think I want a bit of red in there too, though, not just white. Let's actually get a bit of that cadmium yellow, cadmium red in there, shall we? Oh, there you go. Now it is reflecting some of that red light. Okay. That's looking good. We can redo some of those highlights a bit, but I felt that needed a little more color. And maybe a bit more over here. Yeah. And just like, yeah, a shadow of that color over there. Actually, I don't want this one anymore, but just a little bit, just like a taste of that red, just a tiny little taste. That is cool. Well, I'm excited. We got some more ideas for future projects. I have a bit of a list too of things, techniques I want to try and do on the stream. Some specific to oils, some just in general. I've been wanting to do something about glass and gems, because that, I have to say, that has been one of the hardest things, especially glass, like bottles, for me to find like a just any kind of references when I wanted to paint them. So I think it would be cool to just, you know, try and get some more references for that into the world. I think this needs, this ear, if I'm having red over here, but there's no red inside here, it does look a little odd. And if I'm looking at it, I think this inside of the ear would get at least a little bit of red. So we are going to go ahead and just paint the inside of the ear like that. And do I need to get a little bit of paint like inside there? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, just a hint. You can always highlight it later. Yeah, that looks a bit better. That looks, because that was looking weird that the red light would get all the way to like down here, but not in there. So yeah, we can actually get it. Again, we are doing this dry brush movement, but it's actually blending with what's already on there, because if you remember, we have put a black pre-glaze over this whole miniature, so even if it doesn't look it, it's all kind of like a bit wet. There's black onto here. Okay, so that I feel like was taken care of. We are getting through our Kahlua slowly but surely. And let's see. I was putting like a little bit of a stippling pattern onto this cloth here. I was hopefully gonna make it look a little bit more, you know, special. Special little cloth. I wonder what, you know, what do illithids make cloth with? Well, I can't really picture an illithid like, you know, knitting or you know, making like sewing a piece of cloth. kind of hard. It's kind of hard to imagine that they would even perform such mundane tasks. Maybe they just steal them from their victims, but they have a very specific fashion. So maybe they're just like really big into clothes and stuff. I have like a little piece of something there that I want to get rid of. Let me try using one of the stronger brushes. There's like a really tiny like white spot. There's one up here too. Get off there. Stop it. Get off my miniature. It needs to be monochrome. I don't need you there. Okay, I'll just paint over it, I guess. Man, go away. Don't you hate it when that happens? Ugh, come on. Well, I guess it's there to stay, and I guess in the meantime we've just done a whole bunch of blending on that. So much so that we need to go back and put some reds back in. Okay, well, you do you then. Stay there if you must. Just don't show up too much. Okay. Well, we're actually not doing too terribly on this. So let me think. Oh, I think I need a few highlights actually on, I think I know where. I do think I do. I have to be careful again because there's a lot of paint on here. There's actually a little too much paint. So one thing we could do is kind of like pat it with the sponge and put the paint that we want on there that turned out to be not even bright enough. But kind of like down here and over here I get, and I'm just looking at my, maybe a little bit here, a little bit here, just getting those highlights in. There's a lighter color like above here as well. That's where the light is hitting the most, which would also be sort of like at the center of this area. It is really handy to have one of those pictures that I took before. It does help a lot. So you can see what's going on, where the light is actually hitting. And having that picture that I took, I think it's actually a bit better, or I mean it's good, both are good, but like, so you have your light here. You see how with the dried paint or with the wet paint, it's a little hard to see where the light's hitting. I mean, my light is also stupid and will keep changing, but it can be a little hard to understand sometimes when you're using the light on your miniature that you are painting. So I think I am happy with the fact that I took a picture preemptively of the miniature wasn't even primed, because I thought maybe if I prime it in black it's going to be a little hard for the light to shine on it, so I decided to take it before, and I think that worked pretty well. It worked quite well for me. As we look at our picture one more time and we try to put in some more lights, but I think at this point, you know, when you're putting more stuff on the miniature and you're not really seeing much more, and actually when you're able to put down some paint, it kind of like chunks there, it might be a sign that you need to wait a little bit. It might be a sign you need to wait a bit and leave that side alone. and go back on it later. Can I put some highlight on here? Just one trick that was kind of like discovered lately was to do, like, if you do the stippling thing, you're going to be able to get away with putting a bit more paint onto that spot, because you're just like, instead of trying to brush it on, you literally just like put it on. So that, if you really need a bit more paint to go on, you can sort of like stipple it on, and that'll hopefully do the job. But if you want to be a little safer, you can always just wait. That's why if you have multiple miniatures to paint, it's also good to do them together with oils, because especially like you don't really have to worry about them drying too much. You can also totally paint on dry oils, so like, you know, over dry oils. There are a few things you can do if you really like painting on the wet oils. You can kind of like put in, like, redo a pre-glaze. That's the thing you can do. There you go. You can redo the pre-glaze sort of like for example, if I was to work on this guy in a few days and it dried up, and I'm like, oh, I don't want it to be dried up. So what I could do, for example, I could take like, maybe I take this kind of color, like the very dark red, thin it down and glaze it over again, and then sponge it a bit off. So it wouldn't really change much the color of the miniature, but it would change the fact that now the miniature is wet again, and you can start putting on colors and they'll blend between each other. So that is a thing you can do. At least I've tried. It worked quite well when I was still like not comfortable working on dry oils. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna redo the pre-glaze. What's the big deal? That's what I did, and it did work. Nowadays I don't like, I have been working on a, what was it, I think the lizard that we've been working on. I finished it off when it was already dry mostly, so I didn't really do much of that pre-glaze. Maybe a little bit in some places when I saw that it was hard to blend, but mainly you just, there'll be a time when you're just comfortable just working on the miniature the way it is. That is cool. Let me get a little bit more highlights into the metal. Let me get a bit more of that. And then maybe we can let this sit a little bit. We will see, because it's getting up there with time for me too. I've been streaming for, wow, 5.5 hours. I have to look at the affiliate thing. I haven't yet, but it's been like 2 streams ago. I did like, I hit that thing that lets you, you know, ask to be, or like, you know, do the affiliate Twitch thing, but you actually have to go through like a little bit of a screening process, I believe. So if I do that, then I should be able to get some more fun stuff to happen on the stream, which can be cool. I'm not sure yet how many things, because I'm not 100% sure about the difference between the affiliate and partnership, but you know, we'll figure it out as we go, as we put some of these highlights I think it's important to have the kind of like more white highlights onto the metal, because it's like, well, they have to be more reflective than regular skin and cloth and stuff. I shouldn't have scratched my eye with that finger, but oh well. So there you go. You also don't want to go like too high with the highlights. So kind of actually gonna look at this. The light is gonna come from here. So I think this chain link is really gonna be kind of like the last to get that brighter highlight. Yes. There we go. So go back on those studs. That's an interesting looking chain. A chain with studs. I think our blue Oni would be quite jealous of that. Whoops. Oh well, I guess we could keep that. We're gonna work on it in a second. There you go, and there you go. Our chain is starting to look pretty chain, I believe. There you go. This thing, we decided that it was maybe kind of metal, possibly. So we have been giving it a bit of a reflective sort of property over here. And there we go. Not bad. So let's go on here and let's see what else we can do with this like pure white that we're putting over the highlights. Okay. So I hope this monochrome experiment is an interesting thing. It's actually not going to take that much longer, I feel, to finish him, because I feel like in a bit we could probably call it a day, because it would probably do this thing a bit of good to let the paint sit for a bit, and then we can look at it again tomorrow. But he doesn't need too much more. I feel maybe a bit more lights. We can still decide, like maybe if I sleep on it, and I could decide to put, you know, some backlight on there. You know what, I might do a little bit of a test, like just put him in my light box and try to put him in front of a black background and see, does he look good? Does he look like he's just coming out of the darkness, or does he look like he's missing a whole bunch of paint on his back? So we can do that actually. Well, that could be a really good experiment to do before we finish him tomorrow. And I'll come back to you and I'll say, okay, I think he's looking good, or I think he needs a lot more paint. That is a thing that we should do. Cool. So I saw that I started stripping a little bit of paint on that bit where I was just on. So we're probably not gonna touch that anymore tonight much. Just plopping a little bit of bright highlights on here. So after all, his skin here should be pretty shiny. So I'm kind of trying to make it look shiny. Oh, that was big, but we can blend that. And that is looking good. Whoops, did I? No. Okay. I think we wanted to put a bit more. Oh, there you go. Now we're starting to see some real highlights. Oh yeah. I like that. I like how that gives a little bit of texture to our miniature. And once I get a camera where you can actually, you know, tweak the exposure settings, you're gonna be able to see that a lot better. But thanks to people like Daka that very generously donated today, probably gonna get that pretty soon. That's gonna be fun. So then we can also paint the smaller miniatures that are gonna be a little hard to see with this particular camera. So I just saw that if the light is coming from here, it is likely gonna hit a little bit of that super black area that's in there. So what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna get a little bit of the cadmium red and actually add some of that. That's not the magenta, that's the crimson to this brush. And I'm just going to like brush it in a little bit just to get some of the red in there. And then we're going to blending brush that just so it's not completely black, but we're not gonna put too much light in there because it is pretty hidden, but it also shouldn't be completely black. It also shouldn't be completely black. So, okay. So it has been a lot of fun too today to do our little glazing experiments and kind of figure out which of the colors that we have are staining. We had, I mean, there were some obvious ones like this, the indigo. We had the magenta and the crimson that were like, yeah, you know, those are supposed to be staining. But then we had some surprises here, like this was the vermilion. So that's this orange over here, or over here, that is, I didn't think it was going to be staining at all. And the Terra Rosa, which, I mean, not a super staining power, but it did. The cadmium red, of course. And another surprise was this, what is it called? The yellow ochre. So it was actually a lot of fun to try all that and to actually get surprised yet again by the power of stainability of the oils. I hope that if that can be of reference for anybody, even like if you're trying to buy your own oils and all that, that would be great. We did decide that we're probably gonna do a few more experiments, and I'm probably going to get like a bunch of 3D printed or some kind of like maybe small stone bases of something that can be easily primed and that is like the exact same kind of surface. So we can do a few more tests with like same texture, same looking surface, and we can test a bit more the different primers and the different colors, what they do, how they stain, if it's actually because we were starting to have the doubt, is it the color that's staining or is it the primer that's soaking it? That is the question, isn't it? It's that would be really interesting if we found out that is actually there is some merit into the primer for how much the colors stain. Now, I mean, we already know that. We already know that colors that normally would stain would remain on the miniature. They don't really do that if you use the Vallejo primer. But we didn't know the other way around, where the primer that people seem to have deemed one of the best one for oils, which is the One Shot slash Style Res primer. That primer actually like enhances the staining properties of the oils, and even gives a little bit of a staining property to colors that normally wouldn't have it. We were starting to toy with that idea, and that's when we were like, okay, we need to go back on the drawing board here and do some tests, because that could potentially be very, very cool. So there you have it. We're going to do some more testing in the following streams. That what started just with me wanting to put some icons on my oil labels, it turned into a whole big experiment that we're gonna do. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. And you know, as always, if you have other stuff that you would like to see done, or you have any questions about oils or painting techniques, this is a stream where we always figure things out together, and we try a lot of different techniques, or at least I would like it to be like that. I would like to, all the next streams that I do, I would like them to have a theme, like a couple of techniques that we tackle every time with a different stream. Like for example, when we painted the two Oni, we were doing like, you know, one stream it was like blue skin, the other stream was red skin, and then we also sneaked a bit of freehand in there. So I think I like doing it that way, just themed streams. That sounds, it's got a nice sound to it. And so I'm looking at my eyes here. I'm just trying to figure out whether I need like more light in them, and I think I'm just gonna go ahead and give it a bit more highlight, bit more of that white, which I'm actually gonna clean the brush for, and we're going to do that. There you go, a bit more, because I want to sort of like stipple it on. Let's see here what we can do. Always trying to hold the brush like kind of gently, never abuse the brush. That's looking a bit more white. Let's try one more time, and then we can always go back on it tomorrow after the paint has dried a bit. And like I said, maybe I'll do that little bit of a test of putting the miniature in front of a dark background to see if we did achieve the look of this guy coming out of the darkness, or if it looks unfinished, because I have been trying to decide that. Maybe I put a little too much on that second one. So what happens if I use a tiny brush to kind of like brush it off? Oh, yeah, it had already a little bit of black on it, so I think it's gonna work. So let's see that. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh, I believe better. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and like tomorrow we're gonna put a bit more white onto those eyes, because I think the highlights need to be the brightest, but I think for the time being we can use our softest brush here. Just go over those eyes. There we go. And there you go. And now it's blended. So looking at our light source reference, I think I might need a bit more. Wait, where are we? Yeah, let me put some of this lighter red into here. And I think it needs a bit more. Then I really think we're playing with fire here, as like in terms of how much paint we have on the miniature. So probably going to leave it to rest pretty soon. Come back to it tomorrow when it has time. It has had time to settle a little, and we can look at it with a fresh eye. Maybe it'll even be a little less, you know, shiny from being wet, so we can see a bit better what we're doing. But yeah, I think we might need a bit more highlights on this. But for our low-key light, so basically low-key light is when you have a very, like a smaller light source. Like I know in photography is when you'll have a subject that's mostly in the dark, and then there is a small light source on it, as opposed to high key light, where like most of the subject will be like white with light, because it's like this overpowering source of light. So I wanted to do some low-key lighting, object source lighting for this guy, and I think it is looking pretty nice. I mean, it is looking like there is a light on him. Once you get rid of all those reflections that we have from the paint being wet. From what I can see, we are decently blended. I think we are. Maybe a little bit more like over here, but I also went for a little bit of a pattern, a little bit of a texture on this skin, because I think, you know, that'll, since you can't render that with color, like, you know, there being like maybe some spots on the skin, then maybe we can render that with texture. And that has been what made this experiment so interesting, how you get to think, like, I'm almost thinking that maybe we should try to paint a miniature in just black and white. It's like taking a black and white picture. We're gonna do that with a miniature to see, like, okay, the only thing that we're worried about is light, and how light renders textures, colors, different colors, to hues and all that. And I think that might be pretty interesting. I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be black and white, of course. Like, we're doing it in monochrome, and it kind of yielded the same results in terms of what we were thinking about. Because I was like, okay, so how would it look if this skin is a little bit, you know, rough? And from there we have just been experimenting, and I think we are getting to a pretty good spot. I think we're just going to need a bit more highlights, and then, you know, tomorrow we're gonna look at it with a fresh eye, a fresh look, and we're gonna decide, like, we are allowed for this project to use all the reds that I have, which are these 4 plus black and white. So I don't know, maybe we want to add some magenta, maybe we want to change it in any way. I am liking the low-key kind of lighting that this thing is having. Like, might be a quicker kind of like paint job than usual, but I think I'm really liking how it's looking. it doesn't always have to be complicated. And plus, like, I mean, I'm looking back to what I was comfortable doing even like months ago, and you know, off camera, like off miniature object source lighting was not one of those things. So I think that is pretty nice as well. Well, we're like, since I switched to oils, I'm like, oh yeah, object source lighting, that thing that basically does itself when you're painting with oils, because you just like dry brush on a bunch of paint, and that's where your object source lighting is, and it's already blended. You don't have to do like glazing, you don't have to do layering, you don't have to do crazy stuff, you don't have to worry about unwanted brush strokes. You do have to worry about your miniature being on camera, but that's about the biggest of my worries. So there you go. Okay. Well, we are also still figuring out kind of the schedule. Again, at the moment, it is a little hard for me to get a fixed schedule going. I would love to be able to do that, to have like a little calendar and to tell you we're gonna see you every week on this and this and this day. At the moment, it isn't really possible. Like, I mean, I could do it, but I would have a lot of exceptions to that. So I think, you know, we can take it as a chance to try a few different, maybe even streaming times. I usually stream in my afternoon. Today was a little later. I think I streamed like after 5. Usually I'll start between like maybe 3 and 4, or I'll try. But I for example, I never tried streaming in my morning, especially because lately I haven't really been, I've been sleeping pretty late, like working until late at night and just like sleeping through the mornings, so that hasn't been really possible either. But I could try to do the earlier stream one time, see how that goes. We've been getting our regulars that tune in the more beginning part of the stream, and then I've seen that usually as it gets later and later, it looks like kind of dies down a little bit. It's probably maybe the timing and all that. So as another train passes, I'm trying this little bit of a stippling thing for the highlight here. We're gonna see how that looks maybe tomorrow. And I forgot to kind of like snap a picture of this guy when he was at the beginnings of the job, but I guess we'll take one when I'm done with the stream. There you go. I spotted a thing that I wanted to blend out. There you go. So yeah, raise your hand if this has been interesting, because I had a lot of fun so far, and plus we did all of the other experiments, so that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool, and I am looking forward to finish him, I think tomorrow. I am pretty sure I can get on stream tomorrow. So man, that has been really nice. I have enjoyed this. There was, I think, one last thing I wanted to do here. These guys, I wanted to reestablish that, or see if I needed to. I think I do. I think I want to put a bit of white in that metal. There you go. So if the light is like over here, probably get like more on this side actually than the side that I had chosen before. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. Yeah, there you go. That looks a bit more metal there. We can also put just a bit of a highlight up there, on here. Not too much, because then otherwise there would have to be a huge highlight over here as well, which I think at some point we had, and then we kind of like erased because we keep getting back and forth between highlights and shadows until it looks good. Like here, up here too. Okay. And it is going to be so cold downstairs. Gonna have to, hopefully someone's already heating up the room. And maybe I'll have a night orange that I got from my tree. That actually sounds pretty nice. Don't know if everybody's having breakfast or more it's night for people. Really depends. For getting some Europeans, maybe they're having breakfast. Or actually maybe some parts of the US as well. I really gotta get up one of those world clocks. I keep asking people. I should just check for myself, shouldn't I? Yes. Well, as I say, I think for one session we got to a pretty decent spot over here. We've done a nice low-key lighting. We've done a whole bunch of experiments here with our staining colors, which I will be updating my paint labels as we keep going. So I think he's looking pretty good. I think tomorrow we can look at him with a fresh eye. I'm gonna let you know what I thought about doing more highlights down here or not doing them. And we're probably going to reinforce the lights that comes from here a little bit. Okay, it looked like my camera had frozen there for a second, but I think we are okay as I keep spotting places that need a bit of blending. But we should be okay tomorrow because it should be still mostly wet. But anyway, this is looking pretty good, and I think we should look for someone to raid. Let me see. There were so many people online before. Let me see. Where is my thing? Raid. Oh wow, they activated my ad break thing. That is weird. Let me think. So we raided Avocado Kids the other day. We raided Art of Mike Disney the other day. I have an Epic Duck Studios that I don't think we've raided yet. So I think we're gonna raid him. Let me see what they're doing though. Cause you don't wanna raid someone with it. Wait a second. Yeah, it looks like they're painting. Ooh, Warcry. All right, that sounds good. Let's raid Epic Duck with our duck. And there you go. The raid is starting. Do join that and bring the love of the Brush Brigands. Thanks for all the follows and the donation. It was an amazing stream. Another one. We had a lot of great ideas. We relaxed. We painted. It was a lot of fun. Let's go raid and hopefully see you tomorrow.